Chapter 23-25. Why am I not a member of my generation? The pretty gigolo was anxious, as if he had been framed. He spat even more furiously. You still have the face to say that. You have such a good face, but you can't have any girls by your side. What kind of member of my generation are you? Chu Yang went all out when encountering a bitch. He directly raised his middle finger. Go to the side. Go take a bath with a woman first. Then tell me what a member of my generation is. Hee hee. The pretty gigolo suddenly stopped being agitated. He smiled smugly, as if he had understood. He sneered and said, "You're a kindred spirit. You're jealous, aren't you? Indeed, I'm blessed. If I want to see them, they will naturally let me see them." Chu Yang started to attack. What a waste of your pretty face. I'll teach you a lesson today. You know what it means to have a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress is not as good as a mistress. After a pause, he directly labeled the gigolo. You're low level. Hee hee. The elegant middle-aged man watched the shameless conversation from the side. He couldn't help but chuckle as he fanned the feather fan in his hand. You, the one who killed the bird, be more serious. You're killing a bird and plucking its feathers to make a fan. You still have the face to laugh. The elegant middle-aged man's smile froze on his face. The feather fan in his hand also stopped fanning. Ha! Hee-haw, hee-haw. The short old man laughed loudly. The donkey he was riding was even more exaggerated. It rolled on the ground and made hee-haw, hee-haw sounds. The two bitches were quarreling. If one interfered, he would definitely be a bitch. Kid, go home and play with the mud. This has nothing to do with you. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat in the ground. Donkey, come to my bowl. The laughter and hee-haw sounds came to an abrupt end. The short old man blew his beard and glared. The donkey rolled and jumped up, showing its big front teeth, and bared its mouth. The students of the Sage Monarch Academy looked at Chu Yang's unbridled behavior. He insulted the pretty boy, the scholarly middle-aged man, and the short old man. They exchanged glances, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. I'm going to do something big that will shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Behind me, you must open up a path to the heavens. You understand. After Chu Yang warned everyone, he finally made his move again. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas shot straight into the 9 heavens from his body, forming a visible white pillar. He was like an eternal divine sun, his entire body shining with divine light. His fist glowed once again as he ruthlessly punched the strange door. The earth trembled, and the entire Saint Monarch mountain shook. At the same time, with a boom, Chu Yang was once again sent flying by the huge recoil. Like a cannonball, he fired towards the opposite mountain. The sonic boom was like thunder, and the air swirled like white waves. Hiss! The students of the Sage Monarch Academy couldn't help but gasp. Some of them even broke out in cold sweat. Just now, fortunately, they had stepped aside. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, their bones would have been broken. Rumble. Another sound rang out, and the mountain on the other side shook. Rocks rolled down, and dust rustled down, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. A pitch-black cave appeared halfway up the mountain, and as soon as they looked inside, they saw a light. The mountain had been blasted through. Master, I don't believe it. No matter what, I'm going to destroy your stupid door today. Rumble. The sonic boom came from the other side of the mountain, and then a figure flashed quickly. After a loud rumble, a black figure was sent flying backward. After 3 times, Chu Yang finally stopped in front of the strange door. Even if my martial arts cultivation has recovered in the strange door, it's useless. The power of Wen Dao in the Saint Monarch Mountain is too strong. Using my martial arts cultivation will backfire and cause the power of Wen Dao to counterattack. Chapter 23-26. Passing the 18 stages of the Mystic Gate Path was secondary. In these few attempts, Chu Yang seemed to be frivolous, but in fact he wanted to feel the vigorous power of Wen Dao hidden in the Sage Monarch Mountain. He felt it, but he couldn't activate it. It was very regretful. Seeing that Chu Yang was defeated again and again, The pretty boy immediately explained, "We're on the same path. You're just a little uglier than me. There's still a chance in life. There's still spring. Why do you have to give up on yourself? It's not wise." Gigolo. Have you ever intercepted a maiden on the streets? What do you mean? The pretty boy couldn't keep up with Chu Yang's thoughts and rhythm. He was confused. TSK. Chu Yang's eyes slanted even more. Have you ever asked a maiden on the streets if she was married? Do you think you're fit to talk to me? Get the hell out of here. The pretty boy finally understood what Chu Yang meant. He was saying that his life was unbearable. It was very dry and boring. Kid, I must have been kicked by a donkey. The short old man smiled and stroked his beard elegantly. Hee-haw, hee-haw. The donkey raised one of its hooves, as if to say that this thing was kicked in the head by this donkey's leg. This old man and this donkey, one was a scumbag, the other a scumbag donkey. Chu Yang didn't hold back and shouted at the short old man, "Little brat, hurry up and go home. I can't bear the crime of kidnapping a child. That donkey, hurry up and go back to work. A donkey that works is more delicious. Also, that bird killer, why did you put a feather fan in front of me? If you have the ability, you can turn the bird into ashes with a smile." The short old man and the donkey really wanted to give Chu Yang a few donkey legs. The elegant middle-aged man was the most depressed. He didn't say anything. What was with the feather fan and the silk cloth? There was nothing wrong with it. It was innocent. Bang! Chu Yang suddenly roared, scaring everyone. After that, they discovered that he was throwing a tantrum at Strange Door. "You broken door, don't think that this commander can't do anything to you. This marshal can clearly tell you that this marshal is very angry and the consequences are very serious." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he did not explode. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and entered a meditative state like an old monk. This weirdo. Everyone thought that he was going to make a big move. Who would have thought that this would happen? They were all speechless. However, once this weirdo calmed down, all of them couldn't help but be shocked, and an extremely strange feeling even arose in their hearts. Then, they noticed that weirdo's aura suddenly changed, as if he had become one with the Sage Monarch Mountain and the Sage Monarch Mountain. The Sage Monarch Mountain was him, and he was the Sage Monarch Mountain. His breathing was like the breathing of heaven and earth. When he inhaled, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would surge into his body. When he exhaled, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would recede like a tide, taking away all the turbidity. As the cycle continued, the world began to vibrate at a certain frequency. It can't be. This thing can really use brute force to break the strange door. The short old man and the donkey were shocked. What exactly is this brat relying on? The refined middle-aged man had a strange feeling in his heart. The frequency of his feather fan increased, and he was already thinking intensely. TSK, that ugly thing, if he can really use brute force to break through, then this uncle will admit that his life is too boring. While that pretty boy was looking down on him, Chu Yang was like a giant. His body suddenly shrunk infinitely, and his cultivation level dropped in a straight line until there was nothing left. However, it was only for a moment. His body seemed to have once again become a 10,000 zhang tall giant, and his cultivation level instantly shot up again. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang exerted his strength, ran, and used his body to directly crash into the strange door. In an instant, he disappeared, and only the strange door could be seen being broken one after another. The strange door was really broken by brute force, and it was not just one strange door. Chapter 23-27. Rumble. The Sage Monarch Mountain trembled. Within the strange gate road, a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky, as if an earthen dragon had broken out of the ground and was about to play in the clouds. Amidst the loud noise, a miserable scream was heard. It was as if they were looking at a naughty child who had smashed his head against the door. However, there was no crying, only cursing crazily. What kind of dog's-it strange gate is this? It's made of paper. If you're so weak, can't you tell me in advance? Don't you know that I was caught off guard and embarrassed to the extreme? Sage Monarch Mountain, I'll remember you. If I don't flatten you, my entire family will go to the Sage Monarch Mountain. The so-called Sage Monarch College is only at this level. Using a mere broken door to fool people, this marshal has really opened my eyes. I admire you guys to the extreme. Chu Yang used his cultivation base and smashed his head against the strange gate. Encountering the strange gate was like encountering a thin piece of paper. There was no resistance at all, and he directly passed through. The strange gate road was not straight. It went up the mountain, and Chu Yang smashed his head against it. Finally, he crashed into the Sage Monarch Mountain. An egg hitting a rock. There was a strange energy protecting the Sage Monarch Mountain. It was extremely hard and unshakable. Chu Yang crashed into it and was directly stuck to the mountain in human form. He was almost turned into a meat patty. It was incomparably miserable. He was really caught off guard. His whole body was in pain, and he saw stars. His whole person was not good. Outside, Chu Yang's curses seemed to make the mountain more peaceful. Everyone felt that the world was even quieter. They were also caught off guard. They also saw stars. Just like how Chu Yang did not expect that he would break through the strange gate so easily, they also did not expect that this weirdo, Chu Yang, could break through the strange gate with brute force. At this moment, it was almost noon. The late spring sunlight was still warm. It fell softly on the 3 stone tablets in front of the strange gate road. Wei Chongling, Guo Shiling, He Yuan. The 3 names on the steel shone with a strange luster under the sunlight. It was as if the 3 of them had crossed the river of time and space. Their souls were attached to the steels, and the 3 steels seemed to come alive. As for those from the Sage Monarch Academy, their bodies seemed to become stone steels. Their souls left their bodies and headed toward the future. They wanted to ask Wei, Chongling, and the other 2 if there was any possibility that the occult gates were made of paper. The spring breeze blew gently, like the words of a prodigal son. However, it could not move the leaf girl, nor could it wrinkle the water on this side of the void. Am I really a bird killer? The refined middle-aged man couldn't help but smile bitterly when he realized that the feather fan in his hand had been reduced to ashes. Not only did he turn the feather fan in his hand into ashes due to his excitement, he was also shocked to the point that he almost turned into a fool one day. I think I smelled donkey meat. The short old man shook his head fiercely. However, he did not look at the strange gate road. Instead, he looked at his hand. He had a beard on his hand, and his chin hurt a little. At this time, he could still feel blood flowing out. However, he said strangely, "This should be the donkey hair I plucked." He felt that there was absolutely nothing wrong with this. In that instant, that little rascal really thought of him as a donkey. He killed him, plucked his hair, skinned him, cut off his meat, and cooked him to eat. The old man had never encountered such a bizarre thing. Hee-haw, hee-haw. The donkey felt offended. It raised its front hooves and directly stomped on the old man's head. It even made hee-haw, hee-haw incessantly, as if it was saying to the old man, "Old fool, are you awake? Is my life really so boring? Is it really so boring?" Chapter 23-28. Who said that the Cheeman Road is difficult? Stand up. I promise I won't beat you to death. Chu Yang rushed out of the Cheeman Road and shouted at the crowd with his blood-stained face. The scholarly middle-aged man, the short old man, the pretty gigolo, and the donkey couldn't help but be stunned. They felt that this bastard was clearly using his bloody face to prove that the occult sect was just a piece of paper. It's really broken. The Cheeman Road is really broken. It's broken by brute force. I can't believe I saw this. Strange people do strange things, but it's actually so strange that it's hard to believe. No one has passed through the Cheeman Road in 500 years. Is everything in front of me telling me that passing through the Cheeman Road is not a difficult thing, and that everything about the Cheeman Road is fake? I feel like I can pass through the Cheeman Road at any time and leave my name on the monument. Everyone's voices came out at this time. Their surprise was not very strong, and there were almost no cries of surprise. Their tone was very gentle. Waha! Chu Yang suddenly put his hands on his waist and laughed wildly. Everyone was slightly surprised, and then they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Look at this guy's proud face. I The great genius will not rest until I've shocked everyone. It's really in line with my style. Also, I only have awe-inspiring power and not embarrassment. This time, I can rest assured and continue to walk further on the omnipotent path. After a pause, he smiled and said to the crowd, "Everyone, this is just the beginning. Please continue to look forward to my amazing performance. See you later." Chu Yang turned around and entered the Chimen Road valiantly and spiritedly. Soon, he disappeared. Because of this, everyone really didn't know what to say. They didn't even know how to describe their own feelings. You guys just quietly watch me show off. No one has ever been able to compete with me. I can kill saints, emperors, and emperors instantly. Even I'm afraid of myself. When a smug, singing voice came, everyone saw Chu Yang walking to the waist of the mountain and waving at them. After that, he made all kinds of poses in front of the Chimen Road. He made the pose of tearing paper several times before he suddenly tore the Chimen Road open. Through the strange door, he popped out again to say hello. The scene was dead silent. Only Chu Yang's shameless singing echoed. Just quietly worship this genius, and don't interrupt me. I can rule the world above, and I can control Lolas below. I'm proficient in both civil and martial arts, and I'm a peerless genius. It's your fortune to know me. Just like that, Chu Yang directly passed through the 18 stages of the Wonder Gate. Of course, the time taken was not long, but in fact, it could have been much shorter. As long as that weirdo could be a little more serious, the time he took to pass the 18 stages of the Strange Gate path would definitely be shockingly short. Even so, the amount of time this prodigy used to clear the 18th stage of the Path of Wonder was probably unprecedented. Who could catch up to him? Wei Chongling was far from it. Guo Shiling was inferior. He Yuan could only look up to him. Today, the Sage King College might have welcomed a world-shaking figure. Wah! This genius is powerful, but this great genius can be even more powerful. Chu Yang slipped down from the top of the mountain and showed off in front of everyone. He was immensely pleased with himself. His expression was filled with indescribable pride. He was extremely satisfied with himself. A one-man show. No one responded to Chu Yang's shamelessness. They all silently watched his performance. Chapter 23-29. Chu Yang felt that he was infinitely lofty and lofty. He commented on the gigolo and warned him, "Pretty gigolo, this genius will solemnly remind you again. You're not on the same level as me. Pay attention to your words in the future. You can't use the words kindred spirits. You're not worthy." Wah! A petty person intoxicated by success. The pretty boy was irritated and his face darkened. "Kid," Chu Yang said to the short old man, "I am the Lord, your true Lord. I will grant you freedom. From now on, you don't have to release the donkey anymore. Go back and tell your parents that I am a peerless genius. How about giving that donkey to me? Don't worry, your parents will definitely agree to let you bask in my glory. I guarantee that you won't be so stupid and will be able to stand out." The short old man instantly looked constipated and gritted his teeth. "Can you not, kid? Say something." Hee-haw, hee-haw. The donkey bared its teeth and turned into a black wind, shooting toward Chu Yang. When it appeared in front of Chu Yang, it stood up like a human and stamped its two front hooves on Chu Yang's extremely arrogant face. Donkey meat. Wah! Chu Yang was originally proud, but when he realized that the donkey was shocking, his expression changed. He crossed his arms in front of him. The donkey's front hooves landed, and with a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. The donkey's front hooves landed like raindrops on Chu Yang's face, trampling it until his face was bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding. This was the result of the donkey holding back. Otherwise, Chu Yang's head would have been stomped into a pancake. He couldn't resist at all, and was actually trampled by the donkey. Chu Yang was stunned, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This donkey's cultivation was a great emperor. This donkey was actually a great emperor. He was completely shocked and lost his temper. There was nothing he could do. Other than that, he was despicable, and the donkey was even more despicable. If it continued to be despicable, the result would only be worse. Huh. Shu Yang was being beaten up by the donkey. The pretty gigolo, the short old man, and the scholarly middle-aged man were all extremely happy to see this. As for the people from a St. King college, many of them were laughing, but most of them were envious. They knew this donkey all too well. Normally, they wouldn't be able to deal with it even if they wanted to. Once it acted up, it would be extremely savage. Death would be the lightest punishment. Therefore, she only lightly stepped on Chu Yang's face. How could this be considered a punishment? It was simply an expression of love. Bird killer, what other rules are there? After a long while, the beating ended. Chu Yang said weakly as he lay on the ground. He could tell that the scholarly middle-aged man and the short old man were important figures in the Sage Monarch Academy. The pretty gigolo was probably very famous in the Sage Monarch Academy. In the past, he had done all kinds of funny and weird things just to build a relationship with these guys. Of course, this could only be done if they were birds of a feather. Otherwise, it would only be disgusting. The scholarly middle-aged man looked at Chu Yang's bruised and swollen face and couldn't help but smile. Set up a monument and leave your name. He could be considered experienced and knowledgeable compared to Chu Yang's character and virtue. Setting up a monument and leaving my name sounds like a good idea. With his bruised and swollen face, Chu Yang asked very seriously, "Bird killer, are you digging a hole for me? If I set up a monument and leave my name, will I have to join the Sage Monarch Academy? I'll make it clear first. I have absolutely no interest in joining the Sage Monarch Academy. I only came here because I was bored. So, bird killer, please don't think too highly of yourself." Chapter 23:30. There was a loud rumble, and the ground shook. Chu Yang struggled like a monkey under the five-finger mountain. Every time he was about to break free, the stone tablet would suddenly become incomparably heavy. Then it would press him down to the ground with a dong sound. "Bird killer, I will definitely take revenge." Roaring was useless. Chu Yang finally surrendered. He turned his magic power into a small white flag and held it in his hand. He raised it and waved it. "Bird killer, surrender." "Ha!" The pretty gigolo burst out laughing. "Kindred spirit, this little white flag is quite creative." "Ha! Hee-haw, hee-haw." The donkey was also smiling. It seemed like he could learn a thing or two from raising the little white flag to surrender. "I'm convinced." The elegant middle-aged man was also smiling. He was very experienced in dealing with scum like Chu Yang. "The little white flag represents my heart. I'm asking you if you're convinced. Don't play tricks with me." "I'm convinced." Chu Yang did not have any chance. At this moment, the elegant middle-aged man waved his hand and the stone tablet gently fell to the ground. It was no different from an ordinary stone tablet. The stone tablet was naturally not special, but the elegant middle-aged man could make it special. The elegant middle-aged man was at least a great emperor. There are as many sages as dogs, and great emperors are everywhere. Chu Yang was depressed. His guess in the East Continent was right. He had not been in the Middle Continent for long, but he had already met so many great emperors. Not to mention the others, there were at least 3 great emperors in front of him. The short old man was riding a donkey with a great emperor cultivation. He would probably be even more terrifying. When will I be able to turn over a new leaf? The road ahead is simply too long. He threw these thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being. He glanced at the stone tablet and said to the scholarly middle-aged man, "Bird killer, this great genius is so stunning and peerless. How can 1 stone tablet be enough? At least 10 stone tablets. 100 is still too little. 1,000 should be enough." "No." The elegant middle-aged man knew Chu Yang too well. He ordered, "Leave your name now. Can I understand that you are jealous? No one can be as impressive as this young master." The scholarly middle-aged man glared at him, and Chu Yang immediately shut his mouth. Then he changed the topic and pointed at the strange gate road, saying, "This genius wants to leave his name on that road. Only then can this genius show his uniqueness and uniqueness. As long as you have the ability." The mystic gate was protected by the mysterious power of the Sage King Mountain. It was impossible to shake it. "You said it." Chu Yang directly walked in front of the strange door. and this move caused an uproar among the crowd. When Chu Yang used his hand as a pen and wrote deeply on it, they were shocked again and felt that it was inconceivable to the extreme. When they saw the words Chu Yang had written, their astonished expressions slowly turned strange. 8 desolates and 6 directions. Only I am supreme. Invincible in the world. Lonely as snow. Horizontal scroll. Song. Tangming. Above the strange door, it was like the door of Chu Yang's house, which could be pasted up at will. Pretty little white face, do you see it? Chu Yang once again became proud. He pointed at the strange door and said with disdain, "No matter how pretty your face is it useful? Let me tell you, this is called grade, this is called standard." This genius will once again emphasize, I ask you to pay attention, don't ever call yourself a comrade in front of me. You and this genius are not on the same level. Song Tangming, don't be so arrogant. If I get angry, even I am scared. Don't copy my words. Bullshit. Chapter 23:31. Pretty boy, your time has come to an end. Don't waste my time. Get out of here. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight into the strange gate road. At the same time, he said, "Everyone, I know that your gossipy heart is already burning. Quickly go and spread the name of this genius. This genius will make a dazzling appearance from the St. King Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrogant voice came from afar. Who is making a ruckus here? Rumble. A sonic boom was heard. In the blink of an eye, an angry middle-aged man had arrived and landed in the air. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a wide mouth, and a loud voice. He didn't look simple at all. He looked down on everyone and was very arrogant. When a middle-aged man appeared, everyone couldn't help but look over. When they saw the middle-aged man, they all knew that the middle-aged man was asking the obvious. How could the middle-aged man not know what was going on here? The middle-aged man's cold eyes fell on Chu Yang. He said angrily, "Is it you?" His voice was very long, and it was as loud as thunder, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Anger, disdain, contempt, arrogance, and murderous intent. Chu Yang sensed it all and couldn't help but look up at the middle-aged man in the air. A sage. He should be a first-rank sage. In an instant, he determined the middle-aged man's cultivation. His eyes narrowed slightly. He hid his identity and had just arrived at the Sage King College. He shouldn't have offended anyone. Why did someone want to kill him? Chu Yang didn't understand, so he was a little angry and directly attacked. He turned around and said directly to the elegant middle-aged man, "Is your face bigger or that thing's face bigger?" As he spoke, Chu Yang pointed at the middle-aged man in the air. The middle-aged man in the air suddenly saw the elegant middle-aged man and trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yang Fu didn't know that the Mountain Elder was here. Please forgive me." The Mountain Elder? The Mountain Elder of the Sage King College. Although Chu Yang didn't show it, he was slightly shocked. Yang Fu was about the same age as the headmaster of the Holy King College. The two of them were of the same generation, yet Yang Fu sounded extremely humble. So what if they are of the same generation? The one who killed the bird is at least a great emperor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He no longer found it strange and asked the short old man, "Kid, is your face bigger or that thing's face bigger?" Using the tiger's might to intimidate others. The old man was unhappy and said in a muffled voice, "I'm just a donkey herder." "Child, you really don't know how to speak properly. This great genius has heard of herding cows, but I've never heard of herding donkeys." "Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth." As the two of them bickered, Yang Fu, who was in midair, was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been electrocuted. His body trembled as he panicked. Then, he hurriedly said, "Yang Fu greets the Outer King." "External King." Hearing this, Chu Yang was shocked. This old man is a prince of the imperial court? Yang Fu greets revered donkey. Yang Fu did not give Chu Yang another chance. Ha! Hearing that the donkey was called a revered donkey, Chu Yang held his stomach and laughed. He said to the donkey, "Donkey gets water. So your surname is not Donkey, but Revered Donkey." Ha ha! Yang Fu was scared half to death. He staggered in midair and almost fell to the ground. However, Was that donkey really called a donkey gets water? Whoosh! The donkey disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yang Fu and stomped down with its front hooves. With a bang, Yang Fu's head exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground, but his head grew again below. Although he was not dead, his injuries were not light. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Remember my name, Donkey Gets Water. I should be called Revered Donkey. Yes, Revered Donkey. The donkey finally stopped saying son, ah, and spoke human language. He kept thinking about the words, donkey gets water, and then nodded in satisfaction. Donkey gets water. These 3 words are not bad. A new name. Chapter 23:32. Seeing this, Chu Yang started to sweat. The donkey was more violent than him. It attacked without reason and did as it pleased. It was more willful than him. Luckily, I didn't go all the way just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so despicable. He didn't dare to provoke the donkey anymore. He rolled his eyes and looked at the pretty gigolo. Lowly gigolo, how big is your face? Yang Fu had been toyed with by Chu Yang for a long time. He thought that it was another great character. So, he was scared out of his wits. But when he saw the pretty boy, he didn't show any respect. Instead, he allowed a long breath. Huh. Chu Yang immediately laughed out loud. Looks like this gigolo is very small. He waved his hand at the gigolo and said with a sly smile, slap your face. Are you talking about your face? Face as big as a palm. The gigolo felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. He roared, bastard, find an auspicious day. I'm gonna beat up that bullshit rebel general. To be honest, this gigolo was very willful and willful. He cared so much about a trivial matter. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. It was shocking. Chu Yang was very envious of his carefreeness. However, he had to face the problem in front of him. Rebel general? If it was related to the rebel general, then it must be the son of the rebel general, Yang Lini. Now, how could he not know who was causing trouble for him? He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Yang Lini, I didn't go looking for you. You came looking for me. Bastard, there are 3 people here with bigger faces than you. Tell me, what are you being so arrogant about? Are you saying that your master's face is super big? Chu Yang concluded after being in a daze. Yang Fu's eyes flashed fiercely. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. This made the gigolo furious. He roared, bastard, I allow you to fart. Smoke that bastard to death. Okay. The short old man's beard had grown out again. He stroked it to show his support for the gigolo. The donkey gets water. I also agree. The scholarly middle-aged man also nodded. Everyone could only laugh inwardly. It was obvious that these people couldn't bear to see Chu Yang's smug appearance. Yang Fu was also overjoyed, but he was very cautious. He carefully said to the elegant middle-aged man, Mountain Elder, I'll be presumptuous for a while. Please forgive me. These things. Chu Yang immediately launched an attack. That thing, you don't look young at all. That bird killer. You keep calling him a mountain. Aren't you embarrassed? I feel uncomfortable listening to it. Bird killer. When Chu Yang addressed the middle-aged man in such a manner, Yang Fu's heart skipped a beat. However, he immediately heard Chu Yang say, I'm not familiar with him. Feel free to do as you wish. Huh. The gigolo burst into laughter. However, Yang Fu could not laugh because he was not a fool. Regardless of whether it was the Outer King, the Mountain Elder, or that donkey, they definitely did not hate that lowly person. There was a limit to his prestige. However, if he wanted to invite that wretch to see his young master, it should be possible. My young master invites you? Yang Fuchong stood up, looked at Chu Yang, and said coldly. Everyone was watching the show from the side. The son of the rebel-suppressing general, the supreme genius Yang Lini, against an unprecedented genius. What kind of collision would it be? How would Song Tangming deal with such an arrogant and bossy attitude? Chapter 23:33. Excuse me, is your young master shameless enough? This extremely contemptuous sentence caused an uproar among the crowd. However, it wasn't very loud because they weren't surprised by Chu Yang's choice. How many people dared to call the head of St. King College a bird killer? who dared to directly attack the outer king, call him a child, and call him a shorty, who dared to say that they wanted to eat a donkey. Shu Yang had all of them. At first, he didn't know their identities, but after knowing, he still did as he pleased. It was obvious that he was also a madman. The servant of the counter-suppressing general's son was arrogant and bossy. Every word he said was high and mighty. Naturally, the result was obvious. The reason why the crowd was in an uproar was mainly because of the reputation of the counter-suppressing general's son. Of course, they were shocked when they heard it. This was the general feeling in everyone's heart. They quickly calmed down. When Chu Yang's sarcasm entered his ears, Yang Fu was furious. The aura of a saint immediately swept out. Because of his anger, his pale face suddenly turned blood red. Do you know what you are saying? Do you know what the consequences of this are? Yang Fu glared at Chu Yang. His aura surged like waves, pressing down on Chu Yang. His words were sharp and cold, and he was extremely fierce. The spectating students of the Sage Monarch Academy couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but feel fear. The air surged, and an enormous pressure came crashing down like a tidal wave. There seemed to be the sound of stormy waves beating against the shore. Chu Yang stood still like a towering shore. The aura of a saint couldn't do anything to him. Tell me, what am I talking about? Tell me what the consequences of this are. Chu Yang asked lazily. Then, he sneered. Do you think that your face is bigger than that of your family's young master? He wasn't affected at all. Yang Fu's ferocious eyes involuntarily shrank. This lowly nirvana stage cultivator can actually ignore the pressure of a sage. The students of the Sage Monarch Academy were also very surprised, but they soon calmed down. What was so strange about being able to pass through the 18 stages of the Mystic Gate Path with brute force and withstand the pressure of a saint? The sage's words were probably completely useless. Otherwise, the result would have been out long ago. At this moment, the head of the Sage Monarch Academy, the elegant middle-aged man, and the short old man from the Outer King all had an expression that said, as expected. They were not surprised at all. For you to be able to say such words, it seems like you definitely don't know who my young master is. Am I right? So what? Suddenly, Yang Fu became rude and unreasonable again. He was extremely arrogant. Nothing much. I just want to teach you respect. Chu Yang could understand Yang Fu's arrogance and rudeness, but he could only shake his head when Yang Fu, a dignified saint, showed such glory and pride in Yang Lini. However, one thing could be seen from this. The son of the counter-suppressing general was definitely not ordinary. But to what extent was he extraordinary? Chu Yang's thoughts suddenly became a little distant. He thought of Shang Wanlan and his many rivals in love. Yang Lini, the son of the counter-suppressing general, would be the first person he would meet in Zhongzhou. He would soon be able to feel the extent of the so-called supreme talents in Zhongzhou. Oh, then can you tell me in detail? Can you scare me half to death? He spoke with his thoughts and did not notice Yang Fu's reaction at all. The son of the counter-suppressing general. Yang Fu enunciated each and every word clearly. His expression was filled with pride, and there was also a hint of awe. He was also certain that Chu Yang would definitely be frightened and scared. He even saw Chu Yang kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 23:34. Oh, however, Chu Yang only responded casually. Yang Fu was slightly stunned. Then, he suddenly remembered that the gigolo had said that he would beat up the counter-suppressing general. He couldn't help but blurt out, "You don't know the general's reputation? I really don't know. No wonder. The ignorant are fearless." Yang Fu sneered. He had met an idiot. Can you describe it in detail? Isn't that enough? The counter-suppressing general. Just these 4 words were enough. It was enough to explain everything and make people make the wisest choice. If you don't understand, it's useless to say more. Can I understand it this way? Chu Yang smiled again and said, "You've said what you wanted to say, right? I've indeed said everything. Then you can get lost. By the way, go and ask your young master if his face is big enough." Many students of the Saint King Academy couldn't help but exclaim. No one had ever dared to mock Yang Lini like this. Yang Fu narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Yang sinisterly. "You'll find out soon. Words were useless. Only bloody and cruel facts could make people recognize reality. In Yang Fu's opinion, Chu Yang belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. He was ready to make his move. Pa! Spiritual power surged out and quickly condensed into a folding fan. Chu Yang opened it with a bang, and the words on the fan fell into everyone's eyes. A pear blossom suppressing a begonia. This was still okay. When the other side appeared, some people directly burst out laughing. The friend of women. Ha! The short old man and the donkey laughed crazily. The gigolo was stunned and stunned. He thought to himself, why didn't I think of it? You can make your move now. Chu Yang leisurely waved the folding fan and said with a smile, however, this genius wants you to be careful. The consequences are very serious. Please bear the consequences. Oomph. Yang Fu was furious. He raised his thick eyebrows and said in a sinister voice, you're just a Nirvana realm cultivator. You're just an ant. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The students of the Sage King Academy couldn't help but feel nervous. There was nothing wrong with Yang Fu's words. Although Song Tangming had passed through the 18 stages of the Strange Gate path, he was still in the Nirvana realm. To a saint, he was still just an ant. I've seen many old beasts like you. I hope you're the last one, because I'm tired of it. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. If someone else had said such a thing, they would have thought that this person had gone crazy. Unfortunately, this person was Song Tangming. Because it was Song Tangming, it was hard to say. He could even break through the 18 stages of the path of strange gates with brute force. It was not impossible for a Nirvana realm cultivator to kill a sage. Nirvana realm warriors killing saints only existed in theory. In the history of martial arts in the Central State, there were many supreme geniuses who were infinitely close to it, but no one had ever succeeded. However, such a thing might very well happen to Song Tangming, just like the 18 stages of the path of strange gates. In particular, when the crowd heard Chu Yang's words, they were indeed a little disgusted and impatient. It was possible that they had encountered such situations too many times. In an instant, the elegant middle-aged man, the short old man, and donkey reclaimed water couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. They were also curious. Could Chu Yang do it? Chu Yang's divine senses were sharp. He sensed the situation and couldn't help but ask himself, can I kill a saint in the Nirvana realm? In the eastern wilderness, in the East Continent, he had always been able to kill people who were at a higher cultivation level. However, that was for those who were at a lower cultivation level. It was really too difficult to cross the saint realm. Chapter 23:35. Maybe my Nirvana flame can do it. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Using the sage's origin as the driving force, I can exhaust it to fight against the sage. Is this possible? It should be possible. Chu Yang was not sure, but he was inclined to think so. He felt the pressure. In the middle ground, he was not invincible among those of the same level. There were many Nirvana realm geniuses who were infinitely close to killing the sage. Then he began to think quickly. Doppelganger, superpower, martial soul. Various methods kept flashing through his mind, making him realize that he could actually do this as well. However, he did not do so. Firstly, it was because he was cautious. Secondly, it was because he did not want to expose everything about him. Kill him. While Chu Yang was thinking rapidly, and Yang Fu was hesitating because he was worried about the scholarly middle-aged man and the others, a strange but magnetic voice suddenly came from the air. Whoosh! Everyone looked over, but the scholarly middle-aged man and the others didn't do anything. It was obvious that they already knew what was going on. Chu Yang also looked over. Immediately, a young man in a green robe was imprinted in his eyes. He was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. At first glance, this person's face was rough and full of masculinity. He was like a ball of fire in a sun. However, after a closer look, the lines on his face were delicate and feminine. His facial features were also very delicate, as if they were carved by a pair of skillful hands. Chu Yang completely understood why his voice sounded so strange. The voice seemed to be a mixture of feminine and masculine, as if a man and a woman were one. Yang Lini, without a doubt. Yang Lini's delicate face was as calm as an ancient well. As soon as he appeared, everyone was shocked. He stood quietly in the air. He was fierce, arrogant, and domineering. His aura swept out, but his eyes were bloodshot, and there was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Don't take too long, understand? This was Yang Lini's second sentence. Naturally, it was said to Yang Fu in a commanding tone. He wanted to kill Chu Yang as casually as killing a chicken or a duck. Yes, young master. As soon as Yang Lini arrived, Yang Fu was filled with confidence. He no longer had to worry about the scholarly middle-aged man and the others, because that wasn't something he needed to think about. How do I want to die? All of Yang Fu's disgust and fury were revealed, and his killing intent was dense. It was as if he had transformed into an Azura in an instant, and his aura was gloomy, fierce, and violent. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. His gaze no longer fell on Yang Lini. Yang Lini ignored him, and he ignored Yang Lini even more. However, before that, he wanted to confirm one thing. Bird killer. Child. The donkey gets the water. He called out their names one by one, but he didn't turn around to look at them. He just gently waved the fan in his hand and calmly said, "Are you sure you don't care?" For the first time, the gigolo didn't laugh because Chu Yang's voice was so serious, and his question was also very serious. This was the rhythm before he went crazy. Yang Fu wouldn't be the only one to die if such a thing went berserk. Yang Lini would die as well. You want to kill me? Yang Lini's strange voice reverberated in the air. It was as gentle as the waves, but it was also like sharp swords falling down. He was very surprised that someone actually wanted to kill him. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to talk to me? Chu Yang didn't even raise his eyes. He didn't even look at Yang Lini. He was even more arrogant than Yang Lini, and even more arrogant and disdainful. Boom! Chapter 2336. Who was despising who? Who was looking down on who? The world was silent. A tense atmosphere pervaded the surroundings like the air. Many people were waiting for Yang Lini's reaction. To be exact, they were waiting for his fury and his punishment for Chu Yang. In the air, Yang Lini's gaze was as soft as water and as hard as a sword. He looked down at Chu Yang with a calm expression. There was no disgust at all. Chu Yang's arrogance was like a dog's bark. It couldn't affect him at all. You have low self-esteem. That strange voice, which sounded like a man and a woman, drilled into everyone's ears. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere disappeared, and everyone's expressions became strange. What was he doing? He was going straight for Chu Yang's weak spot. Very soon, everyone instantly understood. Completely exposing the enemy and making them completely naked was much fiercer than any kind of counterattack. Low self-esteem. Chu Yang was also slightly stunned. He was really surprised that such a word came out of Yang Lini's mouth. He didn't immediately counterattack, even if the other party was an enemy. In terms of the enemy's attack, other than the damage, if one looked at it from another perspective, it could also let one see one's own shortcomings. But did Yang Lini have such eyesight that he could see through him at a glance? Chu Yang doubted, but didn't stop him from self-examination. Was he a person with low self-esteem? In his memory, his self-confidence was always repeated. He had also investigated the reason and had his own answer. If self-confidence was based on comparison or on a certain kind of external thing like success, then such self-confidence was destined to be repeated because there would always be stronger people in the world. It was impossible to be omnipotent. This was the first kind of self-confidence. There was another kind of self-confidence, which was to face everything about oneself, admit everything about oneself, accept everything about oneself, not complain about one's birth, not complain about one's appearance, etc., completely accept oneself, acknowledge oneself, and recognize one's own value. Only such self-confidence could be stable. It wouldn't blame oneself because of the criticism of others or because of failures and setbacks. It could still maintain the recognition and affirmation of oneself. All one had to do was to improve a little in the next moment compared to the previous one. Chu Yang was more restrained and restrained by the secular world, so he fell into the former confidence more often than the latter. Therefore, it could be said that he felt inferior. I do feel inferior. After a short silence, Chu Yang looked up at Yang Lini in the air and said this. Yang Lini was surprised, and so was everyone else. Because of your inferiority complex, you use domineering, arrogance, and so on as a defense. People are also extremely aggressive. You are such a person. Not only do you feel inferior, your status is even lower. Yang Lini paused and looked at Chu Yang from the sky again. He said condescendingly, "You're useless." Chu Yang smiled, looking at Yang Lini with disdain. He sneered in his heart. "Are you talking about me, or you?" He was too lazy to argue and said directly, "Even if I feel inferior, you're not worthy to talk to me. Do you understand?" His answer surprised everyone once again. However, they didn't know that when Chu Yang admitted his inferiority complex, what he admitted was that he wasn't good enough. "Do you have the right to say that?" Yang Lini narrowed his eyes for the first time. This lowly person in front of him always surprised him with his answers. This person wasn't simple. He had to admit that such a thought was born in his heart. "I've already said it. If you say it, you'll die. You feel inferior." Chapter 23:37. "Yes, young master." Yang Fu accepted the order and laughed sinisterly at Chu Yang. "Hee hee, you ignorant fool. Do you want to die faster or slower?" His tone was full of mockery. It was very tasteless for a saint to say that. Chu Yang laughed and glanced at Yang Fu. "I finally understand why you're just a dog. Because you're very suitable to be a dog." "I'm a dog, but I'm not as good as a dog." Yang Fu was enraged. He directly attacked and pointed his finger at Chu Yang. "Little bastard, go to hell." Chu Yang's voice had barely faded when he saw a blood-red scene in front of him. A blood-red roulette had already appeared and started to rotate crazily. It issued a buzzing sound, and a sharp whistling sound was heard. Streaks of blood-red light burst out like saber light and appeared like a saber wheel. Bloodlight wheel cut heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the blood-red wheel spun, the blood-red light cut through the void like a knife wheel, forming a 3-foot black hole. A spatial storm immediately swept out. Chu Yang was less than a foot away from the 3-foot black hole, but he didn't feel any suction force or violent spatial power. He only felt an extreme sharpness. That was an extreme sharpness. It was so intense that it overshadowed all other senses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Yang's body started to tremble. This was the reaction of the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron when it sensed danger. He also felt a piercing pain on his skin. He even felt like his skin was being cut open. However, he comforted the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron. He also wanted to see if he could resist and kill a saint without the help of any external objects and just rely on his nirvana realm cultivation. If he couldn't, how big was the gap between them? He felt that such an experiment was very suitable at this time. Whoosh! The spinning speed of the blood-colored wheel suddenly increased. Then, with a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye, it cut through the void and rushed toward Chu Yang. In Chu Yang's eyes, he only saw a streak of bloody light flashing through the void. Then he felt a slight pain. Fine wounds had already appeared on his body from the extremely sharp bloody light. Drops of blood appeared on his skin, instantly dyeing his clothes a little red. In the face of such an astonishing attack, Chu Yang's entire body and mind were shrouded by an extreme sense of danger. With a thought, the vigorous FA formed layers of egg-shaped defensive shields in front of his body. With a bang, a cluster of flames jumped out from his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the cluster of flames shot toward the blood-red wheel. Bang! That cluster of flames swelled with the wind, suddenly turning into a tongue of fire, then into a heaven-burning fire, fiercely engulfing the entire blood wheel. Ropes of fire appeared, attempting to bind it, and then burn it. Chi! 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 White smoke billowed out, and the smell of blood instantly filled the entire place, pouring into everyone's nose, causing everyone to smell the smell of blood. The effect of such a response was not very obvious. It only slightly reduced the speed of the blood-colored wheel, but the bloodlight that was like a knife was not affected much at all. Bang! 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 The ropes of fire were all cut off, turning into tongues of fire that shot out, burning the void. The blood-colored wheel was still rushing toward Chuyang. The nirvana flame only has such a little effect. Chuyang broke through into the nirvana realm, triggering the thunder tribulation and the tribulation fire that filled the sky. Even a saint would be burned to death, but facing the attack of a saint, it was almost useless and extremely weak. The difference was too great. That is the thunder tribulation, the might of the heavens, appearing in the form of tribulation fire to punish the saint who is involved in my thunder tribulation. It is not something my nirvana flame can compare to. Chapter 23:38. When the blood-red light, that was like a knife, will cut through the defense formed by the magical power without any suspense. Chuyang also understood the key point in this instant. Saints could dodge the lightning tribulation below the saint realm, but not Chuyang's lightning tribulation. Bang! He didn't move. A colorful flame burst out from his body, burning the sky. The colorful flame burned fiercely, and a rolling heat wave immediately swept out. In an instant, it was impossible to detect the power of the flame. Immediately, the crowd screamed. The heat wave swept out, and almost everyone was ignited. They became people on fire and screamed in panic. They tried to put out the flames, but found that it was impossible. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? It's burning my flesh, my magic power, and my soul. Is this the nirvana flame? How can the nirvana flame be so terrifying? I'm already in the life realm, and my life energy can't resist such burning. Walala! A river of stars appeared and poured down from the sky, completely extinguishing the flames on the students of the Saint King Academy. All students, stay away from it. The elegant middle-aged man's voice rang in everyone's ears. Of course, he was also the one who put out the flames. Many people felt relieved after surviving the disaster. Their hearts were palpitating, and they quickly fled. When they were 10,000 feet away, they looked at the field from afar with great fear in their eyes. While they were worrying about their own safety, the battle in the field had already begun. The blood-red wheel had disappeared, and there was not a trace of it left. The flames on Song Tongming's body were also retracted. They were no longer burning the sky and the earth. They only wrapped around him and danced there. As the colorful flames danced, the void seemed to be burned until it curled up. They even found that from time to time, black holes were burned in the void. Although they weren't big, they were all around Song Tongming. It was the space being burned through, revealing a spatial storm. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The multicolored flames were actually able to burn through space. This was simply too shocking. Emperor-level nirvana flame. It doesn't seem to be just that. It seems to have surpassed the past. It should be the most terrifying nirvana flame in the legends. The discussion between the donkey, the short old man, and the scholarly middle-aged man entered everyone's ears. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds rumbled and went blank. They couldn't say a single word. They finally understood why Song Tongming was able to use violence to forcefully break through the strange door and pass the 18 stages of the strange door path. Song Tongming's nirvana flame was so terrifying, his strength must also be very astonishing. It could be said that he was a violent man, and even the strange doors couldn't stop him. Of course, they had misunderstood. Even so, it was impossible. The power of one Tao on the St. King Mountain was too powerful. It was unshakable. Emperor-level nirvana flame, or even the most terrifying nirvana flame. At this moment, Yang Fu's entire body trembled. His heart was filled with panic for no reason. Even the short old man could feel the terror of Chuyang's nirvana flames without them making a sound. The attack of a saint was instantly incinerated by the rainbow-colored flames. How terrifying was that? Chapter 23:39. Chuyang looked at everyone's trembling pupils, astonished gazes, and expressions of disbelief. His expression didn't change much, and he didn't feel any joy in his heart. This only proved that his nirvana flame was amazing, But it wasn't necessary because it had already been proven. If it wasn't amazing enough, he wouldn't have needed to use the Destiny Twins when he ignited the divine fire in the divine world. If it wasn't amazing enough, his mental strength wouldn't have reached the level of a sage at that time. During this process, the source of the sage that the Ice Kuin killed in the central region was also consumed. His nirvana flame was no different from the divine fire. The two could be said to be equal, and both were amazing. However, the price he paid was also high. In that instant, more than half of the Fa in his body had been consumed. How shocking was that? Moreover, his magic power was so powerful that it could be said that no one could compare to it. However, such powerful magic power couldn't support such a terrifying consumption. If Chu Yang didn't have the sage's source in his body, he wouldn't be able to use the nirvana flame as fierce as before. It's really not easy for a nirvana realm to kill a sage. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Based on the situation just now, he was close to being able to kill a sage. Gentle flame. Because of the nirvana flame, Chu Yang also thought of gentle flame. Gentle flame had his own theory. His so-called gentle flame was the calamity flame of the One Tao. If the martial Tao had the calamity flame, then the One Tao should also have it. Governing a country is like cooking a small fish, a flourishing age of fresh flowers and boiling oil. In an instant, he thought of two kinds of fire of the One Tao. After that, more and more came to his mind. Then, a faint understanding flowed in his heart. He was sure that after the martial path calamity flame and the One Tao calamity flame merged, it would be even more terrifying, but the consumption would be even more terrifying. He thought a lot, but in the end, he only felt that it was too difficult for a nirvana realm to kill a sage. The sage used the power of the soul to obtain the rules and form their own great Tao. In a certain sense, the great Tao of the sage was the body of the sage. When the power of the soul entered the body, it was equivalent to the soul returning to the body. With the Tao as his body, he was no longer like a mortal. That was why it was said that those below the saint realm were all ants. This was also the reason why it was absolutely impossible for anyone below the level of a saint to harm a saint, much less kill one. Just like now, Chu Yang couldn't even see Yang Fu's great Tao. So how could he hurt or sever his great Tao? If he couldn't sever Yang Fu's great Tao, how could he kill Yang Fu? You are really surprising. Yang Lini's strange voice was definitely not Yang Fu's voice. Yang Lini was also shocked by Chu Yang and couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Yang looked up at him. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. You have the right to be arrogant. I'm not someone you can judge. You will also die very quickly. This sentence is more suitable for you. You don't have much mana left, do you? After hearing Yang Lini's words, Chu Yang didn't say anything. His mana consumption was truly too terrifying, and Yang Lini was very sharp, or perhaps he knew very well. You could take a little longer. When Yang Fu heard Yang Lini's order, he immediately understood. He would slowly exhaust Chu Yang to death, because if he was burned by such a terrifying nirvana flame, he would also die. Therefore, he had to be careful. However, he just had to be a little careful because he didn't need to take Chu Yang too seriously. Chapter 2340. Yang Fu's expression turned playful. Before Chu Yang could speak, he laughed and said, It seems like you've chosen the latter. I'll satisfy you. A mouse toying with a cat. He enjoyed killing such a genius because it was equivalent to killing a future supreme figure. Just thinking about it made him excited. Bird killer. Kid. Donkey gets water. Chu Yang's actions surprised everyone again. He ignored Yang Fu and turned to the mountain elder of the Sage Monarch Academy, the Outer King, and the others. Are you going to intervene in this matter? Can you give me an answer now? He had asked this question before, but Yang Lini had interrupted him. He hadn't gotten a definite answer. Why? Are you afraid? Yang Fu sneered, but Chu Yang still ignored him. To kill a first-rank saint like Yang Fu, Chu Yang had to use his saint's origin. He didn't have many saints' origin. Marquis Divine Arrows, Li Hechuan's, and Xiao Qingshang's. He still had Qianzi's Earthly Emperor's origin, because Qianzi had just broken through to the Earthly Emperor realm and had been consumed by Chu Yang. Qianzi's earthly emperor's origin was relatively thin. After consuming his saint's origin, he didn't want the Saint Monarch College's peak elder to stop him when he was about to kill Yang Fu. If that happened, he would suffer a great loss. Bird killers, why don't you say something? The elegant middle-aged man asked again. At this time, Yang Fu suddenly interjected, "My life and death have nothing to do with the Saint Monarch College." He was also afraid that the elegant middle-aged man would intervene. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to kill Chu Yang. When Chu Yang grew up, it was unimaginable how terrifying he would be. Bird killer, speak. Chu Yang continued to ask the elegant middle-aged man. He didn't just want to kill Yang Fu. Yang Lini had to die too. Kill me if you have the ability. Yang Lini's voice also interjected. He obviously understood Chu Yang's meaning. Bird killer, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. If you don't fart now, you'd better not fart later. Yang Lini's promise was useless. Chu Yang only wanted the middle-aged man's answer. The scholarly middle-aged man was the headmaster of the Sage Monarch College. Yang Lini was of noble status, so how could he let him die so easily? Faced with Chu Yang's overbearingness, the scholarly middle-aged man thought to himself, "This Song Tangming really thinks highly of himself. He actually dares to interrogate me like this?" He was the mountain elder of the Sage King Academy and was in charge of the entire Sage King Academy. At this moment, it could be said that he was in charge of Song Tangming's life and death. However, Song Tangming didn't show any respect to him. Song Tangming still needs more polishing. The scholarly middle-aged man thought to himself. He didn't care much about Chu Yang's disrespect and said, "Disperse." Rumble. Before he could finish speaking, heaven and earth shook violently with a loud bang. Dazzling light burst forth like a tide, almost drowning this part of the sky. Yang Lini made his move. From midair, he descended from the sky like a falling sun. Then he directly smashed his fist towards Chu Yang. Dong! Chu Yang met the attack, and the two of them collided in an instant. It was just two fists, but they were as heavy as two stars and as dazzling as the eternal sun. When they collided, it was as if heaven and earth were going to shatter. A huge force was transmitted from Chu Yang's fist to his body, and then to the ground. The ground was like a level, and it seemed to be pressed down by a layer. Yang Lini was like a ray of light in the midst of a violent explosion. He was blown away, but he forcibly controlled his body. His feet stepped on the void, and loud bangs were heard continuously. The void was like a big drum being stomped on, and it shook violently, stirring up waves in the void. Chapter 23:41. They were evenly matched. When the light dissipated, Chu Yang appeared unscathed. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Despicable, go to hell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Fu attacked again. Just like the first time, a blood-colored wheel brought out a blood-red light that cut through the blood space and bombarded Chu Yang. The elegant middle-aged man didn't make a sound, nor did he make a move. Chu Yang was furious. This was bullying him. How could he not retaliate when Yang Lini attacked? The only result was to fight. But in the end, if he had the upper hand and was about to kill Yang Lini, the elegant middle-aged man would definitely intervene. Yang Lini definitely wouldn't die, but he might not. In other words, he would have to exhaust his Saint Source energy and even risk his life to fight, but Yang Lini wouldn't have to pay any price. If this wasn't bullying him, then what was? You. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with ferocity as he said coldly, "Both of you, come at me together." Bang! At this moment, Yang Fu's attack had already arrived. A fire instantly swept out from Chu Yang's body and burned the blood wheel like burning paper. The sudden change didn't give the students of the Sage Monarch Academy time to react. Another round of battle had already ended. They could only tense up and wait quietly for the next round. At this moment, the short old man couldn't help but look at the elegant middle-aged man, as if to say, "Is this really okay? You're not familiar with that little bastard, so he might think that you're bullying him together with Yang Lini." The elegant middle-aged man just smiled. He didn't care much. If Chu Yang didn't accept it, he would just beat him more. However, When the donkey grinned and revealed its big front teeth and gave him a strange smile, his smile froze on his face. According to his observation of that little bastard, he was definitely a vengeful person. Even so, he would definitely remember this grudge. "Aunt, do you think my young master needs to dirty his hands to kill you?" In the square, Yang Fu sneered as he praised in his heart. Only young master would dare to do such a thing in front of Zhuo Kaichong. Young master is really decisive, and his judgment is also extremely accurate. He had already anticipated Zhuo Kaichong's reaction. The elegant middle-aged man was the mountain elder of the Sage King Academy. His surname was Zhuo, and his name was Kaichong. The flames on Chu Yang's body quickly subsided, and in its place were traces of weak flames. It seemed that his magic power had run out, and he was unable to support the nirvana flames. Seeing this, Yang Fu was immediately overjoyed. This ant really can't hold on. How could it be so easy to use nirvana flames to block a saint's attack? He no longer had any misgivings and laughed joyfully. "Ant, this is your limit." When the people of the Sage King Academy saw that the flames on Chu Yang's body were actually so weak, they were also shocked. Then, they secretly felt that it was a pity. It's really impossible for a Nirvana realm cultivator to kill a saint. Even Song Tangming was only infinitely close to it. In the end, he still couldn't surpass it. What a pity. Chu Yang glanced coldly at Yang Fu, and his expression was full of disdain. Although this old dog was a saint, he was really too weak. On the other hand, Yang Lini was not simple. However, it was absolutely impossible to kill Yang Lini today. Killing the bird was a huge hindrance. If he didn't have the ability, he could only endure. He tried his best to suppress the monstrous anger in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Yang Lini in the air again. He said coldly, "That old dog is not enough. Do it, or you won't have a chance." Boom. Chapter 2342. Although the soft flame on Chu Yang's body was extremely stable, it was extremely weak. No one could tell how powerful the flame was. Therefore, many people were puzzled by his arrogance. Of course, Yang Fu couldn't tell. "Aunt, you're about to die. Where did you get the courage to be so arrogant?" He didn't want Yang Lini to kill a genius like Chu Yang. It was best not to share such a good thing with others. Chu Yang didn't make sound. Yang Lini didn't make sound either. Amidst the silence, Yang Fu sneered again. "You're still pretending to be profound. Interesting, but you're still going to die." Bang. Before he could finish speaking, a ball of fire suddenly swept out from Chu Yang's body. It was as if all the words he had not finished speaking had been burned away. His face could not help but turn red in an instant. "Damn bastard. You're waiting for me to make a move." Yang Fu felt like he had been slapped in the face. When he was toying with Song Tangming and was confident that Song Tangming had the strength to fight back, he was suddenly attacked. One could imagine how he felt. The most aggrieved thing was that he couldn't do anything. The despicable Nirvana flame was indeed shocking. The counterattack of a dying person was terrifying, especially for such a genius. He couldn't be careless. At this moment, everyone was shocked. At the same time, from the flame on Chu Yang's body, many people seemed to see a flourishing scene. Because of this, they realized that the soft and stable flame from before also seemed to have the feeling that governing a large country was like cooking a small fish. What kind of flame was that? While they were puzzled, a few surprised voices were heard. It was Zhuo Kaichong, the short old man, and the donkey. At this moment, the three of them were looking at Chu Yang with bright eyes. Their expressions became more and more puzzled. They were great emperors. Most people could see through them at a glance. However, Song Tangming was like a deep water. Although the water was clear, it was too deep. No one could see the bottom. However, at this moment, Song Tangming and Chu Yang felt as if a big fish was about to emerge from the deep waters. However, what surprised them was that this big fish seemed to have gone extinct. However, in an instant, the flames on Chu Yang's body receded, and not a single flame remained on his body. Chu Yang did not immediately attack Yang Fu. He was waiting for an opportunity. In the end, it was still strength. He could not see Yang Fu's great Tao. so it would be very troublesome to kill Yang Fu. Therefore, while he was waiting, he was also trying his best to improve himself. Once the one Tao Calamity Fire was comprehended by him and merged with the martial Tao Calamity Fire, its power would be even stronger. It would be even easier to kill Yang Fu. If he burned it, regardless of whether he could see Yang Fu's great Tao or not, something bad would probably happen. He's just a coward at heart. Yang Fu spoke again. This time, he was even more sarcastic and harsh. You already can't hold on much longer, but you still hope to use bravado to scare people. You really are stupid beyond compare. And if you can preserve that little bit of mana, you might be able to live a little longer. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, a sky-burning flame rushed out from Chu Yang's body. The crackling sound of the flame burning resounded in the world. Again, that ant purposely chose to do this to him when he was beside himself with joy. This was the second time he had been slapped in the face. Yang Fu's face was boiling hot. He felt as if a dog had been killed. Chapter 23:43. But who cared about him? Yang Fu thought that he had exposed all of his ugliness in front of everyone. He was ashamed and unable to show his face. However, he thought too highly of himself and always thought that people were paying attention to him. However, everything was just his own wishful thinking. He wasn't as important as he thought himself to be, and no one would pay attention to a clown like him. Many people were paying attention to the fact that Chu Yang's flame this time was like a scholar's hair standing on end in anger, turning the world upside down. When this flame subsided, another flame appeared. The flame was not fierce, but it was not weak either. In addition, it was also very stable, quietly burning there. Among them, there were faintly ink, paper, inkstone, poetry, calligraphy, and ancient books, but no matter how hard they looked, they could not be seen clearly. Why do I feel that this is not the martial Tao's tribulation fire? If it's not the martial Tao's tribulation fire, then what else can it be? Are you trying to say that it's the martial Tao's tribulation fire? But is that possible? Such a flame is really strange. It's really confusing. Song Tongming's tribulation fire is extremely terrifying. It has already exceeded our imagination. Who knows, he might be thinking of a way to reduce the consumption of his mana when triggering the tribulation fire. Everyone had already noticed the strangeness of the flame on Chu Yang's body. Such a flame was completely different from what they had sensed in the past. It gave them a great sense of novelty. Outer King, is that the fire of the martial Tao? Or rather, who created a supreme martial arts cultivation method based on the martial Tao? Zhuo Kaichang frowned and asked the short old man. It's hard to say. The short old man stroked his beard and said with a frown, "This bastard hit it very well. It must be the fire of the martial Tao. Otherwise, how could he say such a cultured name like Donkey Gets Water?" The old man rolled his eyes. This donkey must have been kicked in the head. He understood that the little bastard had bad intentions when he said the words "donkey gets water." During this process, the flames on Chu Yang's body slowly subsided. His aura also fell in an instant, and he was extremely weak. Yang Fu, who had been waiting for a long time, had a ferocious look on his face. I don't believe that this lowlife still has much mana left to slap my face again. He waited for a while more. Chu Yang's breath was still weak, and there were no more flames coming out of his body. Under his perception, he could not feel the slightest bit of mana. He was even more certain in his heart. This time, it's definitely foolproof. Lowlife, you think you're smart. Did you think you were slapping my face the last 2 times? You're so stupid. Yang Fu found excuses for his previous 2 actions. Everyone's gazes swept over, and his face instantly turned slightly red and hot. At that moment, he couldn't help but sneer with anger. What's even more laughable is that you couldn't even see through such a trivial plan of mine, wasting your magic power again and again. This time, you're at the end of your rope. What are you going to do? Can you slap my face again? Pong! The voice of the flame appeared again. Yang Fu's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He cursed madly in his heart. Hashtag yin %%. Damn God. Are you playing with me? Just now, he was so sure of his judgment. He couldn't wait any longer. When he was about to make a move, his vision was already a vast expanse of white. A cluster of white and holy flames burst forth from Chu Yang's body once again. It erupted like a volcano eruption. The white tongues of flames were so hot that they could burn the clouds in the sky. The flames were also very bright, causing people to be momentarily blinded and temporarily lose their vision. However, the moment they lost their vision, people saw the flames in the endless darkness. The flames drove away the darkness bit by bit, so that there was a distinction between day and night. Not only that, the flames seemed to be the spark of wisdom, the sacred flames of civilization. It showed off the entire long river of humanity, bringing people from eating raw meat and drinking blood into the world of civilization. Chapter 23:44. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. When Yang Fu's angry voice entered their ears, they came back to their senses. All the strangeness had disappeared, and the white flame had entered Chu Yang's body. People only saw Yang Fu, whose face was flushed red, attack in anger. The blood will rotated at high speed, cutting through the void. It directly formed a 10-meter-wide spatial storm belt and flew towards Chu Yang. In the pitch-black spatial storm, the scene was scarlet. It was as if a blood demon was moving in the dark night, rushing to slaughter the common people and collect the blood of all living beings for a meal. It was a little scary, but people couldn't help but laugh. This seemed to be the third time he had been slapped in the face. If Yang Fu hadn't specifically said it before, they wouldn't have noticed it and wouldn't have discovered such a joke. Buzz! Buzz! The blood-red wheel, which was like a knife wheel, brought with it a sharp whistling sound. The extremely sharp aura approached Chu Yang's body. It was as if his comprehension of the Tao had been interrupted, and he woke up from a wonderful state. In this short period of time, he had a great understanding of the one Tao tribulation fire. He stretched out 2 fingers, and a cluster of flames appeared on each of them. One of them was the one Tao tribulation fire, and the other was the martial tribulation fire. He put his 2 fingers together, and the 2 clusters of flames merged. With another flick, the cluster of flames shot out and immediately met the blood wheel. The blade was like an illusion. Once it was illuminated by a real flame, it disappeared completely. The blood was like a bubble that exploded with a pop. It didn't cause any damage, and it didn't release any energy either. It just disappeared completely. In silence, everything had happened and ended. Everything had been burned clean. It was boundlessly terrifying. The space quickly closed, and the 10-meter-wide spatial storm belt also completely disappeared. Only the cluster of flames was left with a little darkness. The flame in the darkness was like a lamp in a house in the dark night, waiting for someone to return. It swayed in the darkness and refused to be extinguished for a long time. The sparrow was silent. The cluster of flames seemed to have some magical power. No one could take their eyes off it. "Excuse me, this is the 3rd time you've been slapped in the face." As Chu Yang spoke, he waved his hand, and the flames returned to him, disappearing without a trace. Everyone's gazes followed the flame and landed on his body. It was as if they wanted to see through him and see the flame in the deepest part of his body. What kind of flame was this? A saint's attack was like paper. How dare you humiliate me like this? In response to Chu Yang's words, Yang Fu was the only one who reacted violently. Humiliate you? Chu Yang was extremely indifferent. Don't misunderstand. You sent your face to me. I'm just satisfying you, am I not? In such a short period of time, he had used up a saint's source energy. Later on, he would have to use another saint's source energy. With such a huge consumption, he had to collect some interest no matter what. Yang Fu had a constipated look on his face. He was so angry that he was trembling. "Bastard, do you really think you won? I was just being cautious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had such an opportunity." A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Everyone could not help but burst into an uproar when they heard this. Although Song Tongming's nirvana flame is extremely shocking, what Yang Fu said is even more true. That's right. If Yang Fu had gone all out just now, How could Song Tangming have had the chance to comprehend it? He would have probably been killed long ago. Even now, that Song Tangming might not be able to kill a saint like Yang Fu. Moreover, in the process of comprehending it, his originally small amount of magic power would definitely have been greatly consumed. I'm afraid there wouldn't be much left. There's a price to pay for slapping someone's face. This Song Tangming's choice is very wise. Many people spoke clearly and logically. Hearing these voices, Yang Fu's expression became even more ruthless. This was the truth. He would definitely be able to get back all the humiliation he had suffered, and very soon. However, his master was not so optimistic. Yang Lini, who had been silent all this time, looked even more solemn. Logically speaking, Song Tangming should have already run out of magic power, but what was the result? We should know the answer very soon. Chapter 2345. I say, can you all be quiet for a moment? Shu Yang's voice made everyone from the Holy King College fall silent. What I'm trying to say is that your disapproval and your doubts are all very good. Very good. In this way, your astonishment and disbelief will clearly tell me how great I am. Shu Yang's indifferent expression and nonsensical words didn't give people the impression that he was shameless or eccentric. Instead, it sounded somewhat cold. His current state of mind was extremely terrible. After realizing it, he quickly adjusted. Anger mode. Chu Yang entered the anger mode that he was very familiar with in his previous life. It was because of Zhuo Kaichang, because he felt that he was being bullied. Who was Zhuo Kaichang to him? Why did Zhuo Kaichang have to help him? Was it natural for Zhuo Kaichang to help him? After asking himself these questions, most of the anger in his heart disappeared. He asked again, did he represent justice and justice? Was he being treated unfairly? Of course not. If he were Zhuo Kaichang and had to choose between him and Yang Lini, he might choose Yang Lini. Yang Lini was the son of the counter-suppressing general. Yang Lini was not capable, but the counter-suppressing general was. There was nothing wrong with Zhuo Kaichang's choice. Therefore, his previous anger was like an aggrieved child expressing his anger to Zhuo Kaichang, seeking approval and care. I'm not bad. I've explored the essence of anger. Chu Yang did not disapprove of himself, nor did he think that he was unworthy. Everyone could be disappointed in him and disapprove of him, but he could not be disappointed in himself and disapprove of himself. Escaping from the claws of anger was naturally a boundless sky. Everyone, I also hope that you will stop with your disapproval and doubts. Chu Yang smiled and said, otherwise, I'll scare you out of your wits. If all of you die, where will I find the love of thousands of people? Where will I find fans? My omnipotence and my peerlessness need all of you to bear witness. I hope that all of you will take care of your young hearts. Such extreme shamelessness. Everyone was speechless. Everyone, let's take a look at the strange door first so that we can mentally prepare ourselves. Otherwise, I'm worried that you'll all die for shock. Yang Fu had yet to make a move, but Chu Yang was not in a hurry. As for why Old Dog had yet to make a move, who knew? As for the reason, Chu Yang was too lazy to think about it. Everyone, can you read? If there is anyone who doesn't recognize it, you can speak. This marshal can tell you. Chu Yang deliberately said, it's not a big deal that you can't read big words. Don't be embarrassed to ask, because the consequences are very serious. Without this precaution, what if you're scared to death? In the 8 desolates and 6 directions, only I am supreme. Invincible in the world, lonely as snow. Horizontal scroll, Song Tangming. Everyone in the Sage King College recognized those words. They were completely speechless. Song Tangming was truly invincible. Hey, old dog, Chu Yang suddenly roared. Everyone was caught off guard and jumped in fright. This seemed to be what Chu Yang meant when he said that he wanted to scare them to death. The King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, but he won't let you live until dawn. You should have died long ago, but you've lived for so long. This marshal can't stand it. You should hurry up and die. Ant. Yang Fu's face and ears were red. His roar almost scattered the clouds in the sky. He was extremely furious. He did not make a move just now because he was communicating with his master, Yang Lini. He thought that Chu Yang definitely had a secret. So he asked Yang Lini if he needed to force Chu Yang to tell him the big secret. Yang Lini told him not to be careless, and also said that Chu Yang was strange. He was shocked, and he became much more clear-headed. Chapter 2346. A crimson saber condensed in Yang Fu's palm. Scarlet blood flowed on the blood groove of the crimson saber, and its aura was both righteous and evil. This saber was completely different from the crimson wheel. The crimson wheel was condensed with saint power, while this saber was condensed with part of the great path. It was the path saber, Yang Fu's path saber. He was a sage, and Chu Yang was very powerful. He was not an ant, but a wolf, or even a ferocious tiger. The path saber was like a hunting gun that Yang Lini had created based on human science and technology. No matter how ferocious a tiger was, it would not be able to withstand one shot. The difference between forming one's own great path and not forming one's own great path was huge. "Ant, do you know Tao and the path saber?" Yang Fu sneered. "Today I'll let you know that no matter how powerful you are, you're nothing in front of me. You'll only be a ghost under my saber." Chu Yang was fearless and looked at Yang Fu coldly. "You're just an old dog. You're not qualified to be a Nirvana realm cultivator killing a sage. Not only did you disgrace my reputation, but you've also made yourself famous. I'll lose out no matter what. I'm so frustrated." "Despicable," Yang Fu roared, and his face twisted like a ferocious ghost. His expression was full of resentment. "Ant, you've humiliated me time and time again. I'll extract your spiritual soul and use it to light a sky lantern." As he spoke, streaks of sacred marks penetrated his body and disappeared between heaven and earth. Immediately, a boundless power descended from the sky and poured into his body. "Die!" Yang Fu held the crimson saber and slashed down. Suddenly, a mighty river of saber chi appeared, and saber will filled the void. The saber chi destroyed all illusions and went straight to the essence. No one below the sage realm could withstand the slash. Rumble. Just as he attacked, Chu Yang attacked too. The saint's origin was energy, and the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates were like an engine. Once it was activated, his body immediately rumbled, and a great amount of kinetic energy burst forth. In an instant, Chu Yang felt that he was invincible, and a strange force was crazily surging around him. Indeed, it's not the only thing that can be deduced. I can also use it to fight. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, something strange happened. As the strange power surged, the rules in Chu Yang's body leaped out like an army that was suddenly attacked and began to gather. The rules all gathered on his spine, forming a path to heaven that went straight to his head and connected to his spiritual world. What is this? The Tao of the fleshly body. Chu Yang shuddered. His fleshly body had turned into a god, and there were many laws engraved on it. The flesh shell was where the nomological laws converged. It was the Tao condensed by the nomological laws. His physical body was his Tao. His Tao had already taken shape a long time ago. Chu Yang was still in disbelief at the sudden epiphany. However, after the great path to heaven connected to his spiritual world, another great path to heaven extended from his spirit soul and connected with this great path to heaven. His soul entering the Tao was completed in an instant. Not only had his physical body become a god, but his spiritual body had also become a god. It completely corresponded to everything in his physical body. Everything had the two-dimensional coordinates of the grotto heaven, and there were also many rules intertwined within. The connection between the two connected everything. My Tao is the heavenly Tao. I am the heavens and the earth. What he understood was even more. His physical body was equivalent to the heavens and the earth. The Tao formed, and it was naturally the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2347. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all. When he was unprepared, he would condense his own great Tao and leave a huge flaw because he could completely reorganize it. The great Tao of heaven was often only revealed a corner. The incomplete great Tao that he condensed was just like the corner revealed by the great Tao of heaven. He had already reached such a level. Kun must have known long ago, but why didn't he say anything? Chuyang couldn't help but think of Bing Kun. Bing Kun knew his situation best. He didn't believe that Bing Kun didn't notice this. Kun, do you think that I'm not pressuring you enough? He also instantly found the reason and laughed in his heart. Kun, you're indeed the one who knows me completely. Bang! Chuyang was greatly touched. In a split second, he could only use the tribulation fire to deal with Yang Fu's Tao Blade. The tribulation fire of martial path and literary path merged and suddenly rushed out, silently burning the Tao Blade. Yang Fu was also burned by the tribulation fire. He hurriedly dodged and extinguished the tribulation fire on his body. In an instant, the smell of burnt flesh spread out. This lowly nirvana fire is actually so terrifying. My Tao Blade can't even withstand a single blow. He could accept that he was burned by the nirvana fire, but he couldn't accept that his Tao Blade was burned in an instant. Whoosh! He was so horrified that he wanted to die. Before he could recover, Chuyang had already arrived in the air. Chuyang punched him in the chest, and a great force poured into his body. Wah! He shook violently, and his chest collapsed. As he flew out, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, which stained the sky. Then, a strange long arm grabbed him by the neck and pulled him to Chuyang's side. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. By the time everyone reacted, Yang Fu had already been captured. He couldn't even resist a single move. When the energy wave disappeared, everyone saw that Chuyang had grabbed Yang Fu by the neck and lifted him in the air like a chicken. It was easy and didn't consume any strength. Impossible. Yang Fu couldn't believe it. He found that he was in a humiliating position and immediately fainted. It was unknown whether he was scared or angry. Pa! As soon as he fainted, Chuyang slapped him hard in the face, waking him up directly. You said you wanted me to live a life worse than death. So should I let you feel it again? But I'm more curious. How do you feel now? The entire place was silent, as if everyone had died. Yang Fu, a dignified sage, couldn't even withstand a single move and was captured by Song Tangming just like that. Impossible. Unbelievable. Just like the previous 3 face slaps, this is the first time. There are still 2 more. Go! Chuyang casually tossed Yang Fu aside. With a loud bang, Yang Fu was smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Yang Fu was on the verge of going crazy. He, a dignified sage, was actually so weak in front of an ant. How could this be possible? He couldn't understand it. Everything he knew was overturned, and he started to doubt his life. He was not the only one who doubted life. Everyone was doubting life. Yang Lini was petrified in midair. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was wide open. Zhua Kaichong was frozen on the spot, and his pupils were trembling. The short old man, the donkey, and the pretty boy were stunned. Their minds were blank, and their thoughts were completely stagnant. Everyone from the St. King College looked like they were in a dream. It was as if they had fallen into an unbelievable dream, and they couldn't extricate themselves from it. Chapter 2348. Killing a Sage in the Nirvana Realm, Killing an Earthly Emperor in the Life and Death Realm, and Killing a Great Emperor in the Sage Realm. Chuyang stood in midair, his eyes flickering with brilliance as he drew a great blueprint in his heart. This was his ambition for the future. This was definitely not arrogance. As a Tao, his body was equivalent to a heaven and earth. With the growth of this heaven and earth, it was not impossible for him to achieve this. He had already achieved the first step, killing a sage in the Nirvana realm. At this moment, even if he did not have the sage's origin, killing Yang Fu was just a matter of raising his hand. Before this, he just didn't realize this point. Kun did not tell me because he was afraid that I would be too arrogant. Arrogance invites harm, modesty benefits. Arrogance was a problem that every young man was prone to. Chuyang thought of the Ice Kun again. If the Ice Kun was still around, he would definitely warn him. At that time, the Ice Kohen would know that Chu Yang was still very different from those young men. Unfortunately, the Ice Kohen was no longer around. However, the foundation that it had laid for him made him even more glorious, and his future was bright. I hope that Kohen did not lie to me. I hope that what I heard was not an illusion. Chu Yang could not help but look in the direction of Scholar's Mountain. Really? Is this really true? Are you sure this is not a dream? Why do I feel like I'm floating and a little dizzy? I feel like I've heard a bizarre story. This story is so vivid that it makes me feel like I'm in the same place. At this moment, the voices of people gradually rose. Many people seem to have just woken up from a dream and seem to be in a daze. Can you give me a slap? Slap my face. Give me a slap too. If you don't give me a slap, my soul will never come back. Slap. Slap. 2 crisp slaps were heard as the two of them slapped each other. Many people were watching from the side. They naturally had the same feeling. All of this was too unreal for them. It seems to hurt a little. Did you not use too much strength? You don't have to be polite. You have to use some strength too. Such a conversation made many people's minds buzz. They were sure that this should be real. Pa! Pa! Because the two of them had taken the lead, there were actually quite a few people who followed suit. Then, like a contagious disease, even more people followed suit. The crisp sound of slapping continuously rang out. It was so comical and laughable that it was hard to believe. Pa! Gigolo! What a pretty boy! Under the influence of the crowd, he also unconsciously did the same thing to himself. His white face was immediately imprinted with 5 fingerprints, and then he angrily cursed through the air. Hashtag yin percent, hashtag yin. I, Wei Xian, have really broadened my horizons this time. Am I an idiot? I actually slapped myself in the face. Even if it was a slap, how can I not be so ruthless? Not my own face. The pretty boy's saliva splattered everywhere. From the looks of it, he seemed to have entered a berserk mode. After the gigolo Wei Xian, the crowd burst into an uproar. Oh heavens! A Nirvana realm martial artist has never killed a saint before. This Song Tangming actually did it. Unbelievable, especially that Song Tangming. Isn't it too easy for him to kill Yang Fu in one move? If I wasn't present, I'm afraid no matter who said this, I wouldn't believe it. Is it Yang Fu a saint or not? Suddenly, the crowd couldn't help but look at Yang Fu. They saw Yang Fu's blank expression, as if he had lost his soul. He kept repeating, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming just now. This is just a nightmare." Chapter 2349. After today, the entire middle ground will be shaken. Everyone will know about Song Tangming. His strength is far beyond that of a sage at the Nirvana realm. He's really a legendary figure. I just realized that Song Tangming's shamelessness was right. At the back mountain of the Sage King Academy, in front of the Chiman Road, we witnessed such a miracle. Every one of us is a witness to this martial arts miracle, a martial arts record. After the crowd accepted this matter, other than being amazed, they were also thinking about the impact this matter would have. Zhou Kaichang was also amazed. His gaze fell on Chu Yang as he thought to himself, "This kid is really hard to imagine." He finally understood why Chu Yang dared to tease them and cause trouble, even though he sensed their extraordinariness. Indeed, he didn't have much respect for them. Or rather, that kid was very confident in himself, and was confident that he would soon be on the same level as them. The short old man and the donkey didn't have a cynical expression on their faces. They seemed to be thinking about this matter. How did that little bastard do it? Slap! A muffled sound silenced the crowd. Chu Yang moved. He raised his hand and slapped Yang Fu, sending him flying. This is the second slap. Slap! This is the third slap. After being slapped, Yang Fu tried to resist, but it was useless. He couldn't fight back at all in front of Chu Yang. He was no different from a weak chicken. This made everyone dumbfounded once again. Isn't the gap between Yang Fu and Chu Yang too big? Chu Yang was of the Nirvana realm and could kill a sage. That should be his limit. However, the reality in front of them overturned everything, It wasn't that Chu Yang was too much weaker than Yang Fu, a sage, but that Yang Fu was too much weaker than Chu Yang. Everyone was completely shocked again. Even if they had vaguely thought of this possibility, they couldn't believe it. However, all of this was proven once again. This was the truth. Please believe it. This meant that Song Tangming still had the strength to fight. Not only could he kill a first-order sage, he could even kill a second-order or a third-order sage, let alone Tier 2 and Tier 3. Chu Yang was confident that he could even kill a top-tier saint. To him, it was as if he had returned to the eastern wilderness, to the east continent. He could once again surpass his cultivation level and easily kill his enemies. The reason for this was naturally because the saint's secrets had been completely exposed in front of him. Before, he couldn't see the Tao, but now he could. Previously, he did not have his own Tao, but now he did. Because he had his own great Tao, Chu Yang could naturally see Yang Fu's great Tao. Yang Fu's great Tao was a blood-colored great Tao. He walked the Tao of slaughter, the Tao of slaughter. Chu Yang also saw the various laws in Yang Fu's great Tao. There were more metal elemental laws. Metal elemental swords, weapons, and so on were used to inflict damage and kill. Other than the metal elemental laws, there are also many blood elemental laws, and so on. A great Tao contained many laws, and they were condensed into a great Tao in the best way. Yang Fu's great Tao had no secrets in front of Chu Yang. It was like a naked woman. Chu Yang could do this, and his saint-level spiritual power was also an extremely important reason. In comparison, his saint-level spiritual power was far superior to Yang Fu's. Kill him. I'll bear the consequences for you. Suddenly, a voice came from the outside. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Who was it that incited Song Tangming to kill Yang Fu? Chapter 2350. The short old man had the same expression. His eyes moved, and he was about to kidnap Chu Yang. However, a person appeared out of nowhere and blocked his path. He smiled and said, "Brother Liu, long time no see." This person was like a spring breeze and was amiable. He was in his 40s or 50s and wore a green, scholarly robe. He wore a sage hat and had a fair complexion. At this moment, he was cupping his fists at the short old man. "Long time no see, my ass. It's best if we never meet again." The short old man's face darkened. He was a little angry and was about to curse. "Brothers, well, long time no see." Another person appeared. Like the previous person, he was also like a spring breeze. He had a warm smile on his face and was also wearing a sage hat. The only difference was that this person's face was slightly worse. He was not as good-looking as the previous person. His skin was also darker. "Brother Han, long time no see." "Brother Wang, long time no see." Although Zhuo Kaichong was unhappy, he did not show it. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting with a kind smile on his face. "You can do whatever you want. Just do it." All of a sudden, the attention of these two people fell on Chu Yang. The person called Brother Han had already opened his mouth to speak. That's right. A real man should be angry. How can he be afraid of the rich and powerful? The person called Brother Wang also said to Chu Yang. At this moment, even Zhuo Caichong's face suddenly turned cold. Anger surged in his eyes. Everything fell into Chu Yang's eyes. He couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. He had heard something. The two people who came seemed to be at odds with Zhuo Kaichong. They seemed to have the intention of recruiting him. They're not from St. King College, but from other colleges? If that was the case, this would be fun. I'm Song Tangming. Greetings to the two seniors. Chu Yang quickly bowed to the two of them. Stinking brat. The short old man blew his beard and glared at Chu Yang. He said angrily, "Are you itching for a beating? TSK." Chu Yang was filled with disdain in his heart and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he said to the two people, "Seniors, is he threatening me?" The short old man felt as if he had been hit by a stick and almost fell to the ground. This bastard was simply too shameless. "Brother Liu, how can you threaten a child? That's your fault." The person called Brother Wang smiled kindly and said, "He is just a child. Brother Liu, you're going overboard." The short old man was even more depressed. He could vomit 3 liters of blood. Zhuo Kaichong didn't panic. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Do you know how the Holy Monarch of the Holy Monarch College came about? Inner saint and outer monarch." How could Chu Yang not know this? Being a saint inside and a king outside meant that one had the talent and virtue of a saint inside and carried out the way of a king outside. This sentence came from Zhuangzi's The World in his previous life. To a ruler, being a saint inside and a king outside meant that the ruler was wise in his heart and had the virtue of a saint. Then, he would spread the benevolence of a saint to the outside world. This was benevolent governance. In Zhongzhou, it seemed to have a similar meaning. Do you agree with this? Chu Yang didn't immediately answer Zhuo Kaichong's question. He didn't want to be caught red-handed. He said ambiguously, "I think I agree, but I also don't. I'm in the process of understanding." After saying that, he smiled. "Bird killer, I'll tell you when I figure it out." Haha. Brother Wang and Brother Han couldn't help but laugh. At this time, they also asked Chu Yang, "Do you know about Outer Saint and Inner Monarch?" Outer Saint and Inner Monarch? Are they trying to play a tongue twister or something? Chapter 23:51. Outer Sage, Inner King. Confucianism established the country, and legalism ruled the country. Chu Yang's understanding was that on the surface, they respected the benevolence of Confucianism, but in fact, they used strategy to make themselves king. If they violated their own rules, they would rule by law. It was a kind of internal centralization of power, but external benevolence. Looking at the 24 histories and the comprehensive mirror of aid and governance, he could see that the mainstream politics in his previous life was about outer sage, inner king. Confucianism established the country, legalism ruled the country, and Elder Huang's teachings supported the country. According to Chu Yang's understanding, outer king, inner sage seemed to be the ideology of legalism, with Confucianism as the skin and legalism as the bones. Zhuo Kaichong, inner sage, outer king, holy king college. Those two, outer king, inner sage, holy king college? He rolled his eyes and immediately replied, "Young man, although you don't like to read, you naturally know about outer sage, inner king." At the same time, he began to speak with assurance. Inner sage, outer king, inner wisdom, and outer power. In terms of martial arts, although this is true, it still lacks the calmness of the great path and the weakness of the great path. Outer sage, inner king, is different. It hides one's strength and shows weakness. It hides one's strength and wisdom. As the saying goes, a country's weapon cannot be shown to others. It is more in line with martial arts. He compared outer sage, inner king, and martial arts in various ways. Whether or not they were compatible, whether or not they were active, whether or not they were real, and whether or not they corresponded. There were also these. Knowledge and action embrace each other. Holy king complement each other. Great wisdom appears to be stupidity. Great presence appears to be nothing. Great strength appears to be strong. Great whiteness appears to be disgrace. Generosity appears to be boundless, and so on, that Brother Wang and Brother Han couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Many people in the Central State knew about Inner Saint and Outer King, but very few knew about Outer Saint and Inner King. But this Song Tang Ming in front of them not only knew about it, but also completely applied it in martial arts. The two of them were shocked, very shocked. It could be said that Song Tangming's words were more profound than what the two of them knew. They couldn't compare to the combination of outer sage and inner king in martial arts. It was refreshing to listen to. This lad is indeed a rare talent. Outer saint, inner king, and martial Dao are compatible. Doesn't that mean that outer saint, inner king is the link between martial Dao and martial Dao? Both of them thought of this at the same time and trembled violently. When they looked at each other again, they could not help but see the great shock in each other's eyes. Outer saint, inner king, Wen Dao, and Wu Dao. Wouldn't that mean that he could unify all the geniuses? Martial Dao pacifies the country, and the civil Dao stabilizes the country. When they thought of this, the way they looked at Chu Yang was completely different. When Zhuo Kaichong and the short old man heard Chu Yang speak frankly and confidently, their faces grew darker and darker. This was especially true when they saw the reactions of Brother Wang and Brother Han. You know about the outer sage inner king, but do you know about the relationship between the outer sage inner king and the sage monarch college? At this moment, Brother Wang was looking at Chu Yang as if he was looking at his own nephew. His fondness for Chu Yang was evident. Inner sage, outer sage, sage king college. Outer sage, inner sage, sage king college. It was a bit of a mess, and Chu Yang felt that it was easy to confuse them. He really didn't know the reason, so he could only say, I don't know. Outer sage, inner king is actually another way of saying that sage king college is different. When Chu Yang heard this, he stared in shock for a moment. Now he understood. These were two different ideologies of sage king college, and they were competing with each other. However, inner sage, outer sage, outer sage, inner sage, outer sage. Brother Wang and Brother Han were also from Sage King College, but their understanding of the word Sage King was completely different from Zhuo Kaichang and the others. You understand now? When the royal brother saw that Chu Yang had completely understood the situation with just one sentence, he became even more fond of Chu Yang. He was just short of saying, this child is worth teaching. My goodness, Brother Wang said. This is a battle between two ideologies. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll be crushed. Chapter 23:52. Understood. Other than that, Chu Yang didn't say anything else. Are you willing to join our faction? When that royal brother said this, Chu Yang used Yang Fu to avoid answering him. Whoosh! He moved and instantly appeared in front of Yang Fu. He grabbed Yang Fu's neck and lifted him up. You're still not convinced? How dare you glare at me? Everyone from the St. King College was speechless. Song Tangming might be able to dodge the first time, but could he dodge the second time? Cunning. Brother Wang and Brother Han just laughed it off. They didn't hate Chu Yang. If it were them, they wouldn't be willing to get involved in the conflict between the two factions. Of course, they could also see that Chu Yang wasn't interested in being an inner sage, an outer sage, or an inner sage. His biggest interest was martial arts. Zhuo Kaichang and the short old man also heaved a sigh of relief. However, the short old man couldn't help but complain, Little Zhuo, this is bad. Didn't you come in advance because you were afraid that this little bastard would snatch it away? What were you doing just now? Zhuo Kaichang was really speechless. He was the dignified mountain elder of the St. King College. How could he compromise with a little bastard right from the start? Sigh. In the end, he could only sigh. He felt that when it rains, it pours. That little bastard Song Tangming was really tricky and cunning. Let him go. In the field, Chu Yang was dealing with Yang Fu. However, before he could do anything, Yang Lini spoke up. Yang Lini's arrogance had long disappeared. In front of someone like Chu Yang, he had almost lost his noble status. At the same time, his fighting spirit was burning. Chu Yang had killed a sage as a Nirvana realm cultivator. He felt that he could do it too. Of course, he also felt that he was definitely not weaker than Chu Yang. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Chu Yang. You think that someone will save you and that you won't die, so you dare to be so presumptuous with me? Chu Yang looked at Yang Lini with disdain and smiled coldly. Of course, Yang Lini understood. His father was the rebel suppression general. Even if he lost, the other side wouldn't have the chance to kill him because someone would definitely intervene. He didn't get angry and said calmly, I didn't expect you to be so strong. But if you think you're invincible just because you're able to kill a saint at the rebirth realm, and you can be arrogant before me, then I don't mind making a move myself and completely trample that little bit of pride beneath my feet, causing you to be unable to rise up for eternity. Trample me under your feet? Chu Yang was even more disdainful as he sneered. A Nirvana realm martial artist killing a saint? Can you do it? Yang Lini choked. The answer was obvious. Then get lost. After a pause, Chu Yang said coldly, if you want to force me to be your sparring partner, you can give it a try. If I get the chance, let's see if you'll die. Crack! Right in front of Yang Lini, he snapped Yang Fu's throat and took out his saint's origin. Chu Yang's warning to Yang Lini in front of everyone made Zhuo Caichang's brows furrow. If Yang Lini made a move, and things continued to develop like this, that little bastard might really join the Outer Saint Inner King faction in anger and kill Yang Lini directly. What a mistake, what a mistake. I didn't expect that Zhuo Caichang, would fall into such a passive situation because I didn't give face to a little bastard. Now, I have to do things according to that little bastard's wishes. Zhuo Caichang was very depressed. When the people from the Saint Monarch College saw Chu Yang kill Yang Fu, they couldn't help but feel nervous, and an invisible atmosphere spread infinitely. Brother Wang and Brother Han didn't say anything at this time. If they helped Chu Yang now, their help would be too cheap. Therefore, the two of them could only pin their hopes on Yang Lini. Chapter 2353. How dare you kill my people in front of me? Rumble. Yang Lini's expression was extremely gloomy. His body immediately rumbled, and a huge amount of magic power burst out from his body. How dare you be so rude to me? Chu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. You let out a dog and provoked me in every possible way. I only killed your dog. That's already very polite of me. If you provoke me, I'll kill you. All the sound in the area disappeared, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. It was dead silent, because in the next moment, the new and unprecedented genius of Sage King College might fight with the supreme genius of Sage King College, Yang Lini. Who would win and who would lose? In fact, no one could say for sure. After Chu Yang broke the unsurpassable record of a Nirvana realm cultivator killing a saint, many people felt that it was not a big deal. Perhaps Yang Lini could do it too. Back off quickly. The two monsters are going to attack. Once they erupt, the world will be turned upside down. If you get too close, you will die without a complete corpse. Someone was very smart. Chu Yang immediately glanced at him. Do you have so little confidence in me? I can take care of that thing with a raise of my hand. The person trembled and almost knelt down. However, Chu Yang only said one sentence and nothing else. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had relaxed, he almost collapsed to the ground. I'm afraid Yang Lini is also an anomaly. It's better to retreat. Song Tang Ming, it's not that I don't have confidence in you. It's just that I value my life too much. Please forgive me this time. Song Tang Ming, I'm just afraid of death. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Many people were cautious and kept retreating. Song Tang Ming, kill me if you dare. Yang Lini's killing intent surged and his fighting spirit boiled. He flew into the air like a demon god, his long hair fluttering. Do you really think I have a good temper? Swoosh! Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. His figure moved, and he had already disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, and only Zhuo Caichang and the others could see and sense everything clearly. A divine spear of light appeared, as if it came from the world of light. With just one strike, the defense formed by Yang Lini's enormous magic power was completely destroyed. It was completely useless. Chu Yang had already arrived in front of Yang Lini. Like the Lord of Light, boundless radiance radiated from him. It was extremely pure and holy. Faintly, the gospel of God resounded in the air. Divine Tao. The laws within his body had temporarily condensed into the divine Tao. Spear of light, divine judgment. Not to mention the Nirvana realm Yang Lini. Even a sage would be killed. It had been a long time since he had used the methods of a demon god. Pung. All his methods were useless. Yang Lini was terrified. Under the great pressure, a huge fire burst out from his body. It burned the spear of judgment until it started to crackle. Soon after, the tip of the spear was melted. You want to use me to pressure you so that you can break through? But do you have the ability to do so? A holy flame appeared on the spear of judgment, resisting Yang Lini's tribulation fire. The tip of the spear recovered and stabbed down. Chi! Yang Lini was a peerless genius whose nirvana flames were extremely shocking. He could even melt the trial formed by the great Tao. However, his entire body was pierced through by the spear and nailed to the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the end of the spear trembled, Chu Yang descended from the sky. With a thud, he stepped on Yang Lini's face. Yang Lini had no strength to fight back. His head was stomped into the ground. He choked on his breath and made an extremely strange sound. Unable to withstand a single blow. Everyone was in disbelief. They were waiting to see the battle between Yang Lini and Chu Yang. Who would have thought that it would end in an instant? Yang Lini was directly defeated by Chu Yang in one move. His head was directly stomped into the ground. Yang Lini had been completely defeated in just one strike, in just one round of fighting. On the other hand, Chu Yang stepped on Yang Lini. It was so majestic that it made people absent-minded. Chapter 23:54. Yang Lini, I've always been unrestrained in my actions. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Just like you, I also need someone to suppress me. Your father, the rebel-suppressing general, is the perfect candidate. Die. In the field, Chu Yang was like a god, stepping on Yang Lini with an invincible stance. Everyone was stunned. He looked down at Yang Lini and said coldly, when he was about to kill, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Dong! Yang Lini's head seemed to have been crushed like a ball. Chu Yang exerted force under his feet, and the earth rumbled as if a heavenly drum had been beaten. The earth and rocks were like water and surged up like waves. The rumbling sound was deafening. What kind of strength was this? His foot only moved slightly, and he stepped down forcefully. He didn't even raise it by a bit, but it had such an astonishing power. It was simply frightening. While everyone was shocked, they paid more attention to Yang Lini. Was Yang Lini dead or alive? TSK, I knew it would be like this. In the center of the sky, full of dust, a disdainful voice came out. Then the dust suddenly fell, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely settled. The ground was still the ground. There was no trace of a scar on the ground that was damaged. It was as good as new, as if there had never been dust rising from it. Song Tangming also seemed to be the same Song Tangming. His expression was disdainful, cold, and frivolous, like a ruffian. That ruffian temperament was deeply ingrained in his bones. His ruffian disease was already incurable and incurable. Yang Lini had already disappeared. Following Chu Yang's gaze, the crowd saw a face with a footprint right in front of Chu Yang. The lines of the face were strong, full of masculinity, but also very feminine. The skin was white, and the facial features were exquisite. It made the footprint on his face extremely conspicuous and dazzling. Yang Lini. The owner of this face was naturally Yang Lini. The footprint on his face was the humiliation that Chu Yang had given him. It was engraved in his bones, and he would never forget it. Even if Chu Yang died, he would never be able to wash it off. Of course, his expression was extremely ugly. No one would be happy to have their face stepped on, not to mention that he was the son of the famous rebel-suppressing general. Furthermore, with his previous arrogance, he believed that he was definitely not inferior to Chu Yang, but in the end, he couldn't even block a single move. How humiliating was that? Therefore, it was possible to guess what he was thinking. At this moment, Chu Yang and Yang Lini were naturally not confronting each other. Everyone was very clear about this point, but they were still very shocked. Even if Yang Lini's defeat was not shocking and could not cause any surprise, Chu Yang's use of the rebel-suppressing general was enough to shock everyone. Suppressing the rebellion. Suppressing the rebellion. What was suppressing the rebellion? The title of rebel suppression was naturally bestowed upon him due to his great contributions in suppressing the rebellion. In other words, the rebel suppression general was a person who specialized in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. It was another name for invincibility. Provoking such a person was courting death. However, Chu Yang actually wanted to provoke such a person and use him as a form of pressure to force him to unleash his potential. What was he? Was he more frightening and terrifying than those rebels? The youth was arrogant and wanted to compete with the heavens. This was perhaps the only answer. Do you want to follow your heart? A kind voice and a face that was like the spring breeze was imprinted in everyone's perception. The person that Zhukai often called Brother Han spoke at this moment. He wanted the world to be in chaos. Yang Lini might not necessarily be able to survive. Everyone's heart thumped, and they were horrified. Chapter 2355. Yang Lini was naturally saved by Zhuo Kaichong from Chu Yang. At this time, Zhuo Kaichong wanted to back up Chu Yang and let Chu Yang kill Yang Lini. Yang Lini's death had not only angered the counter-subduing general, but they had also lost a peerless genius. In the future, this peerless genius would very likely change the entire situation of the Sage Monarch College, changing the title of Sage Monarch from Inner Sage Monarch, Outer Sage Monarch to Outer Sage Monarch, Inner Sage. Sage King College would definitely be in chaos and split. The matter was actually that simple, but Zhuo Kaichong couldn't accept it. Inner King. Zhuo Kaichong wanted to say something, but he saw Brother Han, the Inner King, look at him with a smile and said, "Brother Zhuo, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zhuo Kaichong was speechless. The other party's meaning was very clear. I want to do this. He couldn't do anything. Sage King College had two interpretations of the word Sage King: Inner Sage Outer King and Outer Sage Inner King. Therefore, if there were Inner Sage and Outer King, there would naturally be Outer Sage and Inner King. Of the Inner Sage and Outer King, the Inner Sage was the right husband, and the short old man was the Outer King. His surname was Liu, and his name was Wu. Of the Outer Sage and Inner King, Brother Wang was the Outer Sage, and his name was Wang Cheng. The Inner King was naturally Brother Han, Han Zheng. Whether it was Inner Sage, Outer King, or Outer Sage, Inner King, none of the four feared the rebel suppression general, especially Wang Cheng and Han Zheng. Yang Lini was killed, and the rebel suppression general was enraged. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to say anything or have any objections. This was caused by the imbalance of power. Wang Cheng and Han Zheng made a move and stood on Song Tongming's side. So the situation was completely different. Because Wang Cheng and Han Zheng could even curse the rebel suppression general. Once the matter blew up, the rebel suppression general wouldn't be able to avenge his son. He might even be scolded for not teaching his son well. In the end, he would be speechless. No matter how angry he was, it would be useless. Zhuo Kaichong was very sure of this. For example, the rebel suppression general wouldn't be able to handle such an accusation. Yang Lini could ignore the Sage King College and do whatever he wanted. No one could stop him. Anyone who tried to stop him deserved to die. No one could stop Yang Lini at Middle State, and he could do whatever he wanted. The officials in the court or the Jin Emperor killed him. Did the rebel general want to take revenge? The counter-suppressing general was completely unreasonable because Yang Lini was completely unreasonable. Yang Lini was not in the right. If he was killed, then he deserved to die. There was no reason to reason with him, even in the imperial court. Wang Cheng and Han Zheng had the power to reason with the counter-suppressing general. We can only depend on that Song Tangming. When Zhuo Kaichong thought of this, he immediately remembered that he had already offended Song Tangming. Song Tangming was incomparably angry because of this. How could he not sense all of this? These words is King's King, and Yang, Kai they, Kaichong s. Brat, you keep making mistakes. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Lu Wu was anxious. If Zhuo Kaichong was worried, how could he not be? Ra-ha! Chu Yang felt such an atmosphere. Seeing Zhuo Kaichong being humiliated, Fifth Lu anxious and extremely happy. He also appropriately chuckled in his signature manner. Kid, you said that this commander was wrong. What was wrong with this commander? Chu Yang's face was full of ridicule. He sneered and looked at the short old man. Can you kindly tell this commander? The short old man choked. This bastard didn't kill or commit arson, and he didn't do anything wrong. Yang Lini was so arrogant that he wanted to kill him. What did this bastard do wrong? What could he say? I don't quite understand either. Please enlighten me, External King. Chapter 2356. The short old man was completely speechless. Zhuo Kaichong was also completely speechless. When everything was taken apart, and explained clearly. The two of them were just biased people who valued Yang Lin even more than Song Tangming. Song Tangming was wronged, but they stood on Yang Lin's side and lost their fairness. What else could they say? It was already good enough that they were not criticized. The expressions of the many students in the academy proved this point. The students were also doubting them. Without Han Jing and Wang Cheng, none of this would have happened. The so-called inner saint and outer king were being doubted at this moment. Zhuo Kaichang and Lu Wu believed in the inner saint and outer king. But where was their inner saint? If they did not sweep the house, how could they sweep the world? It was just a small matter, but they lost their fairness and credibility. How could they be inner saint and outer king? Yang Lini's pupils trembled, revealing fear. However, it only lasted for a moment before everything disappeared. He was still the fearless Yang Lini. Strength was the truth, and the fist was the king. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Without Han Jing and Wang Cheng, this matter could not be analyzed so deeply and so bloodily. It was time for him to appear. Yang Lini, are you afraid? Yang Lini was very cold and did not answer. Do you want to know my answer? Chu Yang said indifferently. Immediately, everyone held their breath and looked at him without blinking. Zhuo Kaichang and Lu Wu's pupils also shrank. Everything was going according to their expectations, in the worst direction. Wang Cheng and Han Jing only smiled. No matter what Chu Yang's answer was, they had won at the beginning. Today, Zhuo Kaichang and Lu Wu's indulgence of Yang Lini gave them a chance to fiercely challenge and question the concept of inner saint and outer king. If the result of inner saint and outer king was like this, and it was Yang Lini, then how many people would be as sullen and angry as Song Tangming? How many people would believe in inner saint and outer king? My answer, under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang laughed and said, "Of course I will follow my heart." At that moment, Zhuo Kaichang and the short old man's pupils shook, while Wang Cheng and Han Jing laughed even more happily. "Are you declaring my death sentence?" Yang Lini's strange voice was as cold as ice. A cat toying with a mouse. To think that there would be a day when he would become that mouse. He was so angry that he couldn't bear it. "That's right. I'm sentencing you to death." Chu Yang directly admitted his arrogance and rudeness, then announced to the crowd, "I declare once again that Song Tangming is responsible for Yang Lini's death. Everyone, please convey this to the so-called rebel suppressing general. Also, please pass on a message to the counter-suppressing general. He better not disappoint me." Rumble. This was the shock in everyone's mind. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the sky, causing the heaven and earth to shake. This was real thunder. At this moment, the world was indeed shaking. The deafening sound of thunder rumbled into everyone's ears. The combination of the two caused many people to hallucinate, doubting whether the thunder was real. However, the world had already turned completely dark. The extremely thick thundercloud filled the sky. In an instant, it was as if night had fallen. Thunder, tribulation. When everyone came to their senses, Chu Yang's figure had already disappeared. Only his voice came from afar. "Everyone, allow me to go through the tribulation. When I return, I will continue to shock you, make you look up to me and worship me. I'm leaving, haha." As the hearty laughter echoed, the voice became weaker and weaker. Everyone felt like they were being played. Yang Lini was like that. Zhuo Kaichang, the short old man, Han Jing, and Wang Cheng were like that. They were all played by Chu Yang. However, the fact was that Chu Yang was determined to kill Yang Lini, but not now. Chapter 23:57. Chu Yang had announced that he would take responsibility for Yang Lini's death and used the thunder tribulation as an excuse to leave. His consecutive decisions had surprised many people, including Zhuo Kaichang, the short old man, Wang Cheng, and Han Jing. He's really a cunning little guy. He doesn't want to get involved in the internal strife of the St. King College. The four of them couldn't help but have such thoughts. They had also noticed that Chu Yang was difficult to deal with. They were even worried that Chu Yang would leave the St. King College. They weren't worried for no reason. Chu Yang didn't want to admit that he was the inner saint and the outer saint, nor was he willing to admit that he was the outer saint and the inner king. His final choice was to leave the Saint King College. In the face of such an approach, Chu Yang had expressed very clearly that he would never do such a stupid thing. Chu Yang was indeed so. There was no free lunch in the world. There was always a price to pay to gain. He could move between the Zhua and Chang factions and gain great benefits, but there would definitely be disputes. In the beginning, it would be fine. Perhaps there wouldn't be any disadvantages, but in the end, he would have to pay for all his actions. As for the benefits that Zhua Kaichang obtained from the two factions, Chu Yang didn't care. If he wanted, he could get it himself. There was no need to rely on others. In his opinion, relying on others was one of the stupidest things. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Zhua Kaichang, the short old man, Wang Cheng, and Han Zheng had disappeared. Soon, the crowd was in an uproar. Song Tangming is really crazy. He actually made such a statement. Unusual people do unusual things. In our opinion, he's crazy. But he really wants to use the counter-suppressing general to pressure himself so that he won't slack off. What kind of person is the counter-suppressing general? With such a supreme figure, it's hard not to work hard. But only people like Song Tangming would dare to do that. We can forget about it. Yang Lini has always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone. This time, he has really kicked an iron plate. The person who mocked Yang Lini didn't even have the chance to sneer when the crowd around him suddenly fell silent. Only then did he come to his senses. In the air, Yang Lini's exquisite face seemed to be covered with thick thundercloud. She was extremely gloomy. Her anger and humiliation were like rolling thunder. She immediately trembled and fell limply to the ground. Whoosh! Yang Lini's cold gaze swept over that person, causing the surrounding people to flee madly. However, Yang Lini didn't do anything. He also soared into the air and disappeared in an instant. This person had just walked through the gates of hell. After the crisis was over, he was already covered in cold sweat. His entire body was limp, and he couldn't muster up any strength. His ears were listening to the discussions of the people, and he felt like he was floating. His soul seemed to have left his body. No, he was scared out of his wits. After everyone was sure that they were safe and their fear of Yang Lini had disappeared, they began to discuss among themselves. Yang Lini can only show off in front of us. If he meets Song Tangming, he will be stepped on in the face. Let's not talk about Song Tangming. Do you know Chu Yang, the fiancé of the Divine Fragrance Girl? Just that Chu Yang alone can make Yang Lini unable to bear the consequences. That's right. Yang Lini can't answer Chu Yang's absolute. He definitely can't answer that arithmetic question. If he could answer it, he wouldn't have caused such a small commotion. He came to denounce us and blow us up directly. Isn't it because he feels that he's inferior and can't accept it? That's why he's angry. Rumble. Thousands of miles away from the Sage King Academy, in the wilderness where there was no one, thundercloud was heavy in the sky. Thunder rumble. Chapter 23:58. After a short while, the lightning tribulation descended, and heavenly fire rained down from the sky. As the heavenly fire descended, flames appeared everywhere, and the scene was shocking. However, it ended very quickly, and the lightning tribulation seemed to be just for show. The moment the heavenly fire appeared, it immediately disappeared. Not a single trace of the heavenly fire landed on the figure, and not a single trace of the heavenly fire landed on the ground. The heavenly fire seemed to be illusory, and when it landed in the air, it was completely destroyed. Not far away, Zhua Kaichang, the short old man, Han Zheng, and Wang Cheng, who were watching all of this, could not help but be shocked. The heavenly tribulation could be like this. They had never seen such a perfunctory lightning tribulation, and never knew that such a thing could happen. It was an eye-opener. Brother Wang and Brother Han. Zhua Kaichang looked at Chu Yang, who was in the air, and said, "This Song Tangming obviously values the martial Tao and despises the scholarly Tao. Not to mention choosing between the inner sage outer king and the outer sage inner king. he might not even choose the scholarly Tao. What do you think? Han Jing and Wang Chung could not help but nod their heads. Song Tangming violently passed the 18 stages of the path of strange doors and was vulgar and frivolous. His words and actions did not have the appearance of a scholar at all. With so many details, it could be seen that he did not have much interest in the scholarly Tao. He was cunning and wild, and very difficult to deal with. He was unrestrained, and did things according to his heart. He did not want to be restrained at all, and was extremely difficult to control. Let's put aside our dispute for now. Zhua Kaichong spoke again. If the scholarly Tao is not popular, whether it is the inner sage outer king or the outer sage inner king, it will all be empty talk. Therefore, I suggest that we pull this child into the scholarly Tao and help it. When the scholarly Tao truly rises, it will no longer be just a pretense of culture. It will not be too late to see the outcome of the dispute between us then. After Zhua Kaichong finished speaking, he looked at Wang Chung and Han Jing again and said, "Brother Han, Brother Wang, what do you think?" Regardless of whether it was Wang Chung or Han Jing, they immediately agreed to this suggestion. According to what Zhua Kaichong said, they felt the pain even more deeply and deeply. Why did the central state only know the inner sage outer king, but not the outer sage inner king? The answer was very simple. Central state valued martial arts more than literature. Being gentle was just a nice way to put it. Most of the people in the central state yearned for great power deep in their hearts. Being gentle was just a vassal of martial arts. It was used by those powerful existences above martial arts as a tool to distinguish between nobility and lowliness. Without the skin, where can a hair attach? If the Confucian Tao was not flourishing, how could there be an inner sage and an outer king? How could there be an outer sage and an inner king? Brother Zhua has great foresight, and his breadth of mind is not something the two of us can compare to. Wang Chung and Han Jing agreed with Zhua Caichong's suggestion. In the end, they replied, "Let's do that then." Brother Wang, Brother Han, you're too modest. The two of you are definitely not inferior to me in terms of worry for you and Dao. Since we've already agreed, what's the point of saying these useless things? The short old man, Lu Wu, said directly, "What we should talk about now is how to deal with this brat." This was a difficult problem, and the few of them could not help but ponder. Who would teach and control this little rascal? Lu Wu was annoyed for a while, and then he suggested, "I suggest that the inner sage, Bird Killer, Brother Wang, and Brother Han, the five of us deal with this little rascal together. We'll make him suffer so much that he'll want to die and wake up from his nightmares." Hee. As he said that, he could not help but laugh evilly. As long as he thought of Chu Yang's darkness, he felt very happy. However, such a suggestion made Zhua Kaichong and the other two extremely astonished. It was unprecedented for the five of them to teach one person together. Where in the world did little rascal get such good fortune and luck? Chapter 2359. Let's do it this way. Otherwise, this little rascal won't be easy to cure. That's right. Since this kid is extraordinary, with the guidance of the five of us, his future will be even more unimaginable. When Dao's rise will also be more hopeful. What Zhua Kaichong did not expect was that Wang Chung and Han Jing agreed without hesitation. But after thinking about it, he was no longer surprised and also agreed. The rise of Wen Dao requires us to work together. Otherwise, everything is just a reflection of the moon in the mirror. We can only look at it but not achieve it. Then, Zhua Kaichong couldn't help but laugh. This little rascal probably didn't expect this at all. When he finds out, I think his expression will be very interesting. Huh. Hearing this, the five of them couldn't help but laugh. When they thought of Chu Yang's bitter expression, they felt even more delighted. No matter what, under the guidance of the five of them, Chu Yang would have to learn a lot. He would definitely scream miserably and live a life worse than death. Bird Killer, what are you laughing at? Kid, why are you laughing? Chu Yang naturally knew that he couldn't shake off the five of them, but he had no other choice. What could he do when the five of them were staring at him? He simply ignored them and went through the lightning tribulation. In an instant, he passed through the 7th, 8th, and 9th level lightning tribulations and broke through to the peak of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh because of the laughter of the 5 of them. He suddenly shivered and had an ominous premonition. "Ha ha!" Luwu heard the uneasiness in Chu Yang's voice and said with a sinister smile, "Little rascal, I'll officially tell you a piece of great news. You will be controlled by the 5 of us, Inner Sage, Outer Sage, Inner Sage, and Outer Sage. Prepare to scream miserably." Zhou Kaichang, Wang Cheng, and Han Jing were also laughing at him. Chu Yang immediately understood that it was true and almost jumped up. "Seniors, I agree with the ideals of Outer Sage and Inner Sage and will fight for it for the rest of my life. Before I die, I can say this. I have dedicated all my energy to the greatest cause of mankind, to fight for the Outer Sage and Inner Sage." "Not bad. Your reaction is fast enough. You immediately thought of sowing discord and dividing us. You're a promising child." Wang Cheng nodded repeatedly, feeling more and more that Chu Yang was a promising talent. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I'm truly looking forward to the ideal world of the Outer Saint and Inner King." Chu Yang saw that the situation wasn't good, so he pretended to defend himself. But he took advantage of the fact that Zhou Kaichang and the others weren't paying attention to him. He used his space technique and silently disappeared into the void. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to escape, but how could they not give it a try? "I knew you would do this." Han Jing smiled and opened his hand, freezing the space where Chu Yang was. Then, he grabbed Chu Yang and pulled him out. At this time, Chu Yang appeared again. However, there was a nose ring on his nose like an ox. When a rope was pulled, the inexplicably formed nose ring was pulled, and a huge vibration came. He could only be led away. "Ha!" When Lu Wu saw that Chu Yang was like an ox, he immediately burst into laughter. He was extremely satisfied with Han Jing's methods. Chu Yang's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. This child needs to be punished like this. Otherwise, he will definitely do whatever he wants. Wang Cheng also agreed. Chu Yang was really too stubborn. "Hypocrite. Hypocrite. You guys hashtag yin%. Hashtag." Chu Yang was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He cursed Han Jing and Wang Cheng with all his might, spittle flying everywhere. Bang! 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 Wang Cheng and Han Jing did not hold back at all. They beat Chu Yang until he groaned and raised a small white flag. Only then did they stop. He also thought that scolding Wang Cheng and Han Jing for being hypocrites was very wise and correct. Otherwise, the 2 of them would not have reacted so violently. Chapter 2360. Chu Yang was led back to the Holy King Academy like a cow. The pretty gigolo Wei Xian laughed so hard that he almost choked. After the uproar in the Sage Monarch Academy, everyone laughed like crazy. Chu Yang, who had previously been majestic, trampling on the insufferably arrogant Yang Lini and provoking the counter-suppressing general, had now become a little calf that had been subdued. The contrast between before and after was too great. How could everyone not laugh? This scene could be said to be a miracle. Someone suggested that this be recorded in the annals of the Holy King Academy, and it actually received great approval. This matter was immediately implemented. When someone vividly described it in words and read it aloud to Chu Yang, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. He rebelled again, but was immediately ruthlessly suppressed. In the end, he could only raise a small white flag before being let go. A disciple is filial when he enters, a younger brother when he leaves. He is cautious and trustworthy and loves the masses. As for kind-heartedness, he has the strength to spare and studies literature. A virtuous man changes his appearance. For his parents, he will do his best. For his ruler, he will do his best. For his friends, he will keep his word. Although he hasn't learned, he will definitely learn. Chu Yang didn't recover. He asked to learn, and all kinds of things were directly poured into his mind. Zhuo Kaichang and the others quickly found that Chu Yang's three views were problematic. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, gentleness, respect, and frugality could be said to be very bad in these aspects. The direction of the attack immediately changed. A gentleman is not powerful if he is not serious, and learning is not solid. If the master is loyal and trustworthy, he who has no friends is inferior to himself. If he has made a mistake, he will not be afraid to change. When the father is alive, observe his will. When the father is gone, observe his actions. For 3 years, he has not changed the way of the father. It can be said that he is filial. For the purpose of etiquette, harmony is precious. The way of the previous king is beautiful, and small matters are allowed. If there is something that cannot be done, there is understanding and harmony. Without etiquette, it is also not feasible. Faith is close to righteousness, and words can be restored. Respect is close to etiquette, and it is far from shame. Because he does not lose his kin, he can also be the ancestor. On this day, Chu Yang read aloud under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Sage Monarch Academy. If anyone's voice was a little weak and they dared not shake their heads, they would be ruthlessly beaten up. Lu Wu was the most diligent, and there was also that donkey that Chu Yang named as Water, followed by Han Jing and Wang Cheng. Zhuo Kaichang, the elegant and graceful person, also joined in and actually beat up Chu Yang without caring about his image. Chu Yang could only surrender again and again. In the end, Wei Xian couldn't take it anymore. His main body left, leaving his doppelganger behind to continue laughing. After that, his main body and doppelganger took turns to laugh. Needless to say, the people of the Sage Monarch Academy were all laughing like crazy. The entire academy was filled with a sea of joy and laughter. Everything only ended when night fell. Chu Yang had also endured such a long time, but this was only the beginning of his suffering. Dong 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 dong. The next morning, when the sky had just brightened and the sun was still setting, everyone in the Sage Monarch Academy was awakened by a sound that sounded like a heavenly drum. Then they saw a mountain moving quickly. It was extremely strange. Many people were naturally surprised, but they soon discovered that there was a tiny figure at the bottom of the huge mountain. Compared to the huge mountain, that figure was really too small, not even comparable to an ant. However, such an extremely small figure was running wildly while carrying such a huge mountain. Many people's eyes were about to pop out. Was this something that a human could do? When they discovered that the tiny figure was none other than Chu Yang, everyone laughed crazily once again. The look of surprise on their faces quickly disappeared. Chapter 2361. This was just the beginning of Chu Yang's new day's homework. After running for an unknown distance with mountains on his back and returning, he was so tired that he couldn't even be compared to a dog. Then, his new homework began again. Countless hardships unfolded like a scroll, rolling up and down, causing everyone to laugh crazily. On the third day, Zhuo Kaichang and the others realized that Chu Yang's foundation in ancient writing wasn't very solid. They started from scratch, starting from the elementary reading materials for the children of the Central Prefecture. They were practically teaching each character one by one, which made Chu Yang go crazy. This was a typical humiliation to him. I know how to read. Okay, why do I need to read these? Bird killer, old-fashioned, hypocrite, hypocrite. Are you guys stupid? Or am I stupid? Such words and all kinds of curses resounded in the Sage King College from time to time, causing the Sage King College to burst into laughter from time to time, especially from the gigolo Wei Xian who had been watching from the side. Bystanders were guilty. In Chu Yang's world, this point had been proven. And this point was also quickly proven by Wei Xian. He was directly dragged into the water by Chu Yang, and also began a painful life. Wei Xian's talent in both literary and martial arts was extremely shocking. He was also as frivolous and difficult to learn as Chu Yang. Zhuo Kaichang had long wanted to teach him a lesson. The old-fashioned person Chu Yang cursed was the inner sage, which was 100% consistent with his impression of an old, stubborn, and pedantic scholar. He also dealt with Chu Yang ruthlessly and instilled all kinds of feudal culture in Chu Yang, causing him to instantly possess the 5 venoms, which made his life even worse than death. The 5 venoms, of course, were named by Chu Yang for Zhuo Kaichang and the others. The 5-old poison really couldn't stand Chu Yang's sloppy ruffian appearance. They also couldn't stand him spouting shit at the slightest provocation. So, they began to teach him how to sit and lie down. They vowed to turn him from a ruffian into a gentleman. Chu Yang would spit at the slightest thing, and his mouth was beaten until it became like a sausage. Then, a crime was hung on his neck. When the insignia swayed in front of his chest, he paraded around the Sage Monarch Academy. Everyone was laughing so hard that they almost fainted. The gigolo Wei Xian didn't let Chu Yang feel lonely. He became Chu Yang's closest comrade, so of course he also participated in the parade. Chu Yang didn't care about the gazes and mockery of others at all. He could even be carefree. In fact, he suffered the most from sitting up and lying down. Stand, the body is perpendicular to the ground, chest out, stomach in, chin up, shoulders relaxed, arms hanging down naturally, eyes looking straight ahead, a smile on the face. When standing, one must not bend one's neck, waist, or legs. Rest for 2 hours. 2 hours was equivalent to 2 hours. It was even more unbearable than killing Chu Yang. It was simply taking his life. This was the first way to kill, and the second way to kill was to sit. When sitting, one had to maintain a static posture. One had to sit elegantly, steadily, and naturally. Generally speaking, one had to sit like a clock. When sitting like a clock, one naturally had to walk like the wind. When walking like the wind, one had to walk with a light and natural gait, as if one was walking on water. One had to be light and steady, with one's chest out, head raised, shoulders relaxed, eyes looking straight ahead, a smile on the face, and arms swinging naturally. Finally, when lying down, one didn't even let go of sleeping. Zhuo Kaichang and the others could be said to be deranged. They were definitely beasts among beasts. After a few days of this, Chu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. Although he also wanted to change his bad habit of swearing and wanted to sit and lie down to have a sense of beauty, these things conflicted with his birth characters. Therefore, he started to make his move. Pinyin, punctuation with symbols. Chu Yang directly took out 2 trump cards. Zhuo Kaichang and the others didn't know what was good from at first, but under his guided by principles, the 5 of them understood clearly. They realized that these seemingly useless things actually had a great effect on the literary path. They were so excited that they almost knelt down before him and almost tore him apart. Chapter 2362. Luckily, I was smart and didn't reveal my talents. Otherwise, I would have been in a worse situation. Wei Xian was sweating profusely as he watched from aside. He secretly praised himself for being so wise, but Chu Yang had dragged him to share the joys and sorrows with him. He had even shamelessly claimed that he needed an assistant to run errands. After that, Chu Yang began to divide and conquer. According to Wang Cheng and Han Zheng, when the legal system of his previous life was introduced, the 2 of them felt as if they were looking at the founder and ancestor of the school of legalism. They almost killed Chu Yang and enshrined him in the school of legalism's memorial tablet. However, it was still useless. Wang Cheng and Han Zheng became even more demanding of him. He could only talk to Zhuo Kaichang and the others about Confucianism. He directly brought up Wang Yangming's theory of mind, but the result was the same. Later, Zhuo Kaichang, Wang Cheng, and Han Zheng realized that Chu Yang was up to no good. They became even more united and worked together to torture Chu Yang to death. When the gigolo Wei Xian complained about these things, Chu Yang felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. He was too clever for his own good. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. After all the basics, poetry, calligraphy, painting, essays, zither, chess, and so on appeared one by one. Chu Yang did his best to hide it, but under pressure, he occasionally took out 2 poems from his previous life. Not only Zhuo Kaichong and the others, but even Wei Xian expressed great respect and admiration. They were even stimulated to the point of working hard. The news of Chu Yang being taught by Zhuo Kaichong, Lu Wu, and Wang Cheng had long since spread. After a few days, everything was confirmed, and the entire St. King College was in an uproar. The 5 great emperors are actually teaching Song Tangming at the same time. What did Song Tangming do in his previous life to have such great fortune in this life? We, the 5 supreme figures of the Sage Monarch College, are going to deal with Song Tangming together. It's a great honor, a great fortune, and a blessing. I'm so jealous. I just want to be like Song Tangming. Life and death are better than death. That's right, but that Song Tangming doesn't know how lucky he is. He wails like a ghost and howls like a wolf all day long. I'm so envious of that gigolo Wei Xian. He's very lucky to be pulled into such a great opportunity by Song Tangming. When the gigolo Wei Xian heard such envy, he even had thoughts of dying. Envy my ass. What was there to be envious of? It was simply a life worse than death in the 18 levels of hell. Spring left and summer came. In the blink of an eye, it was already midsummer. A few months quietly passed like this. Chu Yang had already become a modest gentleman. He was very gentle and refined. He thought that since he had already met the requirements of those 5 bastards, they should let him out for some fresh air. Who would have thought that everything was as usual? Hence, on this day, he tried to escape, but failed. Then, he tried to rebel, but he was ruthlessly suppressed. He was hung up to dry under the sun for the students of the St. King College to watch. Fortunately, the 5 beasts had not been to the East Continent or the Eastern Wilderness. Otherwise, Chu Yang would have definitely experienced his great invention, stripped them naked, and hung them up to dry. This time, he had no companions. Because of his provocation, the gigolo Wei Xian was very obedient and completely became an obedient child. He no longer caused trouble. Hence, he was the only one who was hung up to dry. The scenery here was unique. Come and watch. Quickly come and watch. Song Tangming has a new style again. He looks like a hanged ghost. This style is not bad. Didn't we agree that he has to style even if he's hung up? For example, during the parade, wasn't he still posing? Ha! Everyone from the St. King College burst into laughter. Chu Yang's arrival had brought a lot of laughter to the St. King College. Ever since he appeared, it could be said that the laughter had never stopped. I wonder what his next style will be. I'm looking forward to it. With Song Tangming's style of courting death, it will only be more beautiful. So, it should be more classic than this. I can even guarantee it with my head. The St. King Mystery Realm has opened. I reckon that he will probably be thrown into the St. King Mystery Realm to pose. Can he do it? His literary cultivation is so weak. He can't even read big words and has to learn from scratch. He will probably go blind in the St. King Mystery Realm. The St. King Mystery Realm. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it seriously. When Chu Yang heard this, his heart immediately moved. He began to think of a way to get those 5 beasts to throw him into the St. King Mystery Realm and get temporary relief. Chapter 2363. Chu Yang had heard about the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm and hoped to be thrown into it. However, he didn't understand the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm at all. He felt that it had something to do with the Sage Monarch Mountain's vigorous power of Wendao. Hey, you trash. You've been admiring my appearance. Shouldn't you pay me? It's still worth a few copper coins to watch a monkey show. Since they didn't understand, they naturally had to ask. Chu Yang directly said, I don't need copper coins. Who can tell me what the hell is the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm? I'll let you continue admiring my appearance. Otherwise, from now on, I'll charge you. Ha! His righteous words instantly made the onlooking students of St. King Academy burst into laughter. They were sure that Chu Yang had given up on himself and had completely given up on himself. Ha! What did I just hear? Song Tangming finally admitted that he's a monkey. Not only is he a monkey, but he's also an unprecedented monkey. A monkey that only appears once in 10,000 years. Song Tangming, You finally know your place. However, since you want to know about the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm, I won't tell you. Let's see what you can do to me. That's right, that's right. We have to make this guy suffer. A young man in blue laughed and said. Another young man in white echoed behind him. The two of them wanted the crowd to not tell Chu Yang about the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm. In any case, Chu Yang couldn't do anything to them now. Hee hee. Chu Yang looked at the two of them and laughed. You two trash, I'll say it again. I've firmly remembered your faces. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Otherwise, after I get rid of my appearance, I don't mind looking for the two of you to talk about life. How about we talk through the night? The smiles of the young man in blue and the young man in white directly froze on their faces. Then, their expressions collapsed. How could this be? This thing couldn't be hung up to dry, and it couldn't be controlled by the mountain elders. When this thing broke out of the cage, it would be really bad. Moreover, this person was extremely petty and held a grudge. The two of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Then, they directly surrendered. Song Woody, the two of us surrender, okay? Can't we talk? The two of them looked like they were about to cry, and the crowd burst into laughter. How dare they provoke Song Tangming? Even the headmaster of the Sage King College scolded him as a bastard. Immediately, the two of them began to talk about the Saint Monarch secret realm. From time to time, the people at the side would add a sentence or two, allowing Chu Yang to quickly gain a complete understanding of the Saint Monarch secret realm. Just as he had guessed, the Sage King Mystery Realm was related to the Sage King Mountain's vigorous Wendao energy. It was also the foundation of the Sage King Academy, a relic left behind by the Wendao epic. Every summer, the Sage Monarch College would open its doors once, allowing the students of the college to enter the ruins. However, it wasn't easy to enter the ruins. The ruins weren't open to everyone. The Sage Monarch Mystery Realm, which was also this ruin, seemed to have a consciousness. If one wanted to enter, they had to undergo a test. This made it so that even if one had a strong foundation in the path of literature, they might not be able to enter. Therefore, every year when the Sage Monarch Mystery Realm opened, although there were many people who wanted to enter, very few could enter. To be more precise, it was normal that no one could enter the Sage Monarch Mystery Realm. In the past 5 years, only 4 people had entered the Sage Monarch Mystery Realm. Among these 4 people, 3 were known as the 3 absolutes of the Sage Monarch College. They were Zhang Jiuyin, Zhao Lang, and Wu Fang. The last person was a woman. Everyone in the Central State knew about her beauty and talent. She was on the same level as Shang Wanlan, Xiao Xiang, talented woman. Chapter 2364. Xiao Xiang had entered the Saint Monarch mysterious realm a year ago. Almost a year had passed since then, but there was still no news of her. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. This made many Central State geniuses feel so sad that they wished they were dead. Many animals secretly felt pity for her. Not only that, but some animals had even come to the Sage King Academy to pay homage to Lady Xiao Xiang. There were even some young geniuses who blamed the Sage King Academy for not protecting Lady Xiao Xiang well. Therefore, they had made things difficult for the Sage King Academy. Because of this matter, the Sage King College had suffered a great deal of criticism. Fortunately, the Sage King College had a strong foundation and 5 great emperors overseeing it. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by the anger of those animals who admired Xiao Xiang's talent and turned into ashes. The Sage King Mystic Realm has a high entry threshold. It's obviously a warning about the risks. The risk level is the highest. The Mystic Realm is probably a dangerous place, right? Chu Yang began to weigh the pros and cons. However, the relics of the Wendao era were inside. If he didn't enter, he wouldn't be able to obtain the secrets left behind in the relics. I came to the Sage King Academy for this. If I can't obtain it early, how can I leave the Sage King Academy and marry a wife? This was just an excuse. The real reason was that he wanted to go for a walk and relax. Because of the firepower of those 5 animals. Even without any knowledge of literary arts from his previous life, He had already created the embryonic form of a literary hero. The most basic things like poetry, calligraphy, painting, and zither could be done with a wave of his hand. For example, he felt that he could easily compose a third-grade poem. Besides literary arts, there was also martial arts. Although his martial arts were still at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, he felt that his foundation had become more solid after this period of training. He had also accumulated more experience, and he had comprehended many rules of martial arts. He was happy and in pain. Every day was extremely fulfilling. Basically, this was what he should do. Therefore, he generally cooperated and occasionally rebelled. Otherwise, if he didn't cooperate, what could Zhukai Chang and the other animals do to him? Bird killer, I want to enter the Sage King Mystic Realm. Child, I want to enter the Sage King Mystic Realm. Old fogey, hypocrite, I want to enter the Sage Monarch Mystery Realm. As soon as Chu Yang learned about the Sage Monarch Mystic Realm, everyone heard him scream like a ghost. The only person who could be so unbridled was Zhukai Chang, the inner sage, the outer sage, and the others. In the entire Sage Monarch College, Chu Yang was the one. You don't even know the word, though? What right do you have to enter the Saint Monarch Mystery Territory? Are you even worthy? You bastard. I was worried that you would embarrass the Sage Monarch College, so I spent so much effort teaching you. But you didn't make any progress at all. Ha! Not only did Zhukai Chang and the others respond, their words were all kinds of derogatory remarks about Chu Yang, extremely frivolous. It was as if all of them had become old and frivolous, causing the crowd of students to burst into laughter. Bullshit. Don't think that I don't know that a genius like me doesn't need you to teach me. You 5 bastards are clearly forcing yourselves to become this marshal's teachers so that you can bask in this marshal's glory in the future. Chu Yang argued with Zhukai Chang and the others for a while, and the crowd of students was simply laughing. In the end, Zhukai Chang directly said, "It's not time for the Sage King Mystic Realm to open yet. Little trash, go away, or I'll beat you up." Chapter 2365. Bastard, do I need to wait for the Sage Monarch's secret realm to open? Chu Yang roared. The secret realm hasn't opened yet. You'll only be able to see what I'm capable of if you go in. Only then will you be able to surprise and worship me. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such admiring gazes. What if you can't go in? My homework will be doubled. Chu Yang said through gritted teeth. You said it. I said it. Good. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang, who was hanging in the air, disappeared into thin air. Song Tangming is going to the Sage Monarch's secret realm. Everyone, follow him. This guy's going to cause trouble again. I wonder what kind of joke he'll make this time. Ha ha ha. It'll be interesting if he can't enter the secret realm. Ha ha, of course. His homework will be doubled. In his words, he'll become a dog and bark like a crazy dog. The crowd burst into laughter. Then, everyone rushed toward the entrance of the Sage Monarch College like a surging river. In a short time, the crowd arrived at the entrance of the Sage Monarch's secret realm. It was a desolate place. There was no vegetation. There were only scattered boulders. There was no entrance. There was nothing strange. There was only the Sage Monarch Mountain. At this moment, Chu Yang was standing in front of a mountain wall. When the time came for the Sage Monarch's secret realm to open, a light screen would appear. At the same time, a door would appear. This door was called the Sage Monarch Gate. Only the Sage Monarch Gate could enter the Sage Monarch's secret realm. On behalf of the handsome young warrior, I command the entrance to appear quickly. Chu Yang directly tried. One Dao's magic power poured into the mountain wall in front of him. While the crowd was laughing because of Chu Yang's so-called handsome young warrior, they never expected that a holy light would appear on a mountain wall. Then, a light screen appeared, enveloping the entire Sage Monarch Mountain. On the light screen, a bright and holy door appeared. The holy light was very dazzling. It enveloped the entire Sage Monarch College, making the college feel like it was in a sacred and mysterious place. Pop! Chu Yang stepped in, directly entering the portal. The void there fluctuated. He didn't encounter any resistance as he entered the Saint Monarch Gate. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from sight. At the Sage King's sect's side, only the ripples of space-time rippled. White ripples spread out in all directions towards the people of the Sage King College. There was no resistance. Chu Yang entered the Saint Monarch's secret territory without encountering any resistance. He easily entered. The people of the academy were so shocked that they could not react in time. It was a pity that Chu Yang could no longer see their astonished gazes. Otherwise, he might have said that this was only natural and that they should be astonished. They should worship him and prostrate before him. It can't be. There are so many people from the Sage Monarch Academy, but none of them were able to enter. How did Song Tangming get in so easily? In 5 years, only the 3 absolutes, Xiao Xiang, and the other 4 could enter. Who knows how much effort it took for them to enter? If I remember correctly, the 3 absolutes and the others took about a month. Xiao Xiang also took half a month. Song Tangming is indeed Song Tangming. I suspected that this violent man used violence to solve problems. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? The people of the Sage Monarch College were a little slow to react. While they were exclaiming, Zhuo Kaichang, Yu Fuji, Lu Wu, Wang Cheng, and Han Jing had already arrived. At the same time, they also brought along the well-behaved Lu Wu. Chapter 2366. That little bastard gave me another shock. Zhuo Kaichang, Yu Fuji, Lu Wu, and the others secretly transmitted their voices. It was indeed a shock. I knew he could enter, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. There was no resistance at all. It was as if everything in the relic was waiting for him. Yu Fuji, the inner sage, who Chu Yang called old-fashioned, was also amazed. Only 1 out of 10 million people can enter. Over the past 5 years, many people have worked hard, but in the end, only 4 people have entered. Moreover, it was extremely difficult. In this way, that little bastard might really be the hope of our Wendao. Wang Cheng also sighed. The more they interacted with that little bastard, the more they found that he was extraordinary and shocking. It could be said that no one could compare to him. Or rather, such a person should not exist in the world. If he dies in there, I'm afraid there will be no way to inform his family. If that bastard thinks about this problem, will he regret keeping his mouth shut? Although Han Jing said this, his tone already revealed a faint trace of worry. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Over the past few days, Chu Yang seemed to have become their favorite junior. Therefore, when they heard that Chu Yang might die in the Sage King Mystery Land, it was inevitable that they would feel a trace of worry, although the probability was relatively small. The little bastard asked for it. Even if he doesn't want to enter the Sage King Mystery Land, we will eventually kick him in. Zhuo Kaichang was naturally a little worried, and Chu Yang was even more dissatisfied. Until now, that little bastard had not told them his origin. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. Therefore, they knew that Chu Yang must have a big secret. They were even 100% sure that Song Tangming was definitely a fake name and definitely not the little bastard's real name. Let's not talk about this. Let's see how that little bastard is doing in the Sage King Mystery Land. He might have already caused trouble. As Lu Wu spoke, he waved his hand in the void. Immediately, a ray of light was projected from the Sage King Mystery Land, forming an image in mid-air. It showed the scene in the Sage King Mystery Land, as well as Chu Yang's sloppy appearance. This bastard, when the right husband saw Chu Yang's appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. They had taught him how to sit, stand, and lie down in vain. This dog couldn't change its habit of eating shit. It was really easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change one's character. Whoosh! In an instant, the gazes of the students from the Saint King Academy all fell on the screen. At this moment, in the image, Chu Yang's path was blocked. One was blocked by a towering mountain, and the other was blocked by a vast ocean. Other than the mountains and seas, everything else was shrouded in white fog. No one could see anything else. This was the scene of the Saint King's secret realm. The people of the Saint King Academy were already used to it. As for the mountains and seas, they knew them very well. Mountain of books and sea of knowledge. The Sage Monarch Academy had naturally defined the mountain of books and the Sea of Studies. This was because regardless of whether one wanted to cross a mountain or a sea, one had to go through numerous tests and tests of the literary Tao. The deeper one's foundation in the literary Tao was, the easier it would be to cross the mountain of books and the Sea of Studies. The opposite was more difficult. It could be said that whether it was the mountain of books or the Sea of Studies, it was extremely difficult to pass. It was a difficulty level of death. In other words, it was already not easy to pass the Sage Monarch Gate. However, most of those who passed the Sage Monarch Gate couldn't pass the mountain of books or the Sea of Studies. As for what was after the mountain of books and the Sea of Studies, no one knew. Perhaps the three absolutes and genius Xiao Xiang knew, because they had already passed this stage. Chapter 2367. What are you doing? Cultivation base can't be used at all. Wouldn't you be sweating all over if you were to climb a mountain? Wouldn't you be exhausted if you were to swim across the sea? Saint Monarch Mystery Realm, are you deliberately going against me? Don't you know that I'm here to play and show off? After Chu Yang's voice was heard from the image, he started to curse loudly. You hashtag dollar. The students of the Saint Monarch Academy were speechless. Song Tangming was angry again. He was angry at dead things and inexplicable things. He was really something. The right man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He beat Chu Yang's mouth and his sausages, but he still didn't have the slightest memory. He opened his mouth and spouted shit. Ha! Only the pretty boy Wei Xian was laughing like crazy. He was sure that after Chu Yang came out of the Saint Monarch Mystery Realm, he would definitely be miserable. Old Fogey would definitely not let him go. What bullshit mountain of books, what bullshit Sea of Studies, I'm irreconcilable with you. After Chu Yang tried, he found that it was too troublesome to pass. He was practically trapped in a sea of questions, and he couldn't finish them all for eternity. He became the great emperor of answering questions. So he started to stomp his feet, revealing his lazy nature. As long as there was the slightest bit of trouble, he would immediately use the mystical power of the three-character classic and curse the heavens and earth. However, it seemed that he also had the ability to be lazy, and he started to show it. There is a path on the mountain of books. Here comes the path. He roared at the mountain of books, and immediately a winding path appeared silently. It meandered upward and disappeared into the white fog. Chu Yang walked on it leisurely, his body as light as a swallow. There was no obstruction, and there was no test. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. I'm indeed a genius, wahaha. This scene caused an uproar among the students of the academy, and Zhuo Kai-chong and the others were indignant. Thinking back, when they had challenged the mountain of books and Sea of Studies, how could it be so easy? This bastard, on the other hand, had done it so easily. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Furthermore, if that little bastard were to find out about this, he would definitely laugh them to death and ridicule them for having the qualifications to teach a genius like him. They even dared to say that they didn't want to bask in his glory and insist on being his teacher. That arrogant bastard. That cocky bastard. Damn it, if that little bastard finds out, he'll definitely laugh like crazy. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Zhuo Kai-chong, Wang Cheng, Han Jing, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. Whenever they thought about how Chu Yang had mocked them, they couldn't help but feel angry. Even the students of the academy noticed this change. They felt as if the world had been drowned in anger. The gigolo Wei Xian was the most depressed. He and Chu Yang were kindred spirits, but how many times had Chu Yang shocked the world with a single brilliant feat? What about him? He counted with his fingers. Ever since Song Tangming came, he seemed to have no fate with these things. He was only related to critical hits. Hey, trash, which path did Xiaoxiang take? Did she climb the mountain or cross the sea? I'm going to make Xiaoxiang fall in love with me. She won't marry anyone but me. If I don't marry her, she'll hang herself and commit suicide. In the Sage Monarch's secret realm, Chu Yang had already walked for a while. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted at the crowd. He once again put his hands on his hips and laughed narcissistically. Yes, that's right. I'm going to make Xiaoxiang live and die for me. Don't think that I'm crazy, and don't think that I have some supreme mentality. You'll all be amazed. Chapter 2368. Song Tangming, you dog, do you think you can lay a finger on Miss Xiaoxiang? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know how you're going to die. Miss Xiaoxiang is such a talented woman. Who in this world is worthy of her? You think you're worthy? Bah! When the horny students of the Saint Monarch Academy heard that Song Tangming was actually thinking about Miss Xiaoxiang, many of them were enraged. They cursed and scolded him loudly, forming a huge wave that reached the sky. The pretty boy Wei Xian looked at this scene enviously and muttered to himself, I also want so many people to scold me in unison. But why isn't it me, but that bastard Song Tangming instead? God, you're so unfair. I curse you. Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't notice so many reactions. It was a pity that he missed it. He pondered for a while in the Saint Monarch mystery realm and muttered to himself, I didn't hear it clearly before. Miss Xiaoxiang seems to have chosen the mountain of books path and also the sea of learning path. Whatever, women are made of water. Miss Xiaoxiang must have chosen the sea of learning path. There's no doubt about it. He declared himself a genius again and laughed wildly. As for why he gave up the mountain of books path and chose the sea of learning path, many people were surprised. After all, he had already opened up a path for the mountain of books, but not the sea of learning path. Why'd he give it up? It was easy to give up, but difficult to take. There was something wrong with his brain. Don't doubt my genius. Chu Yang seemed to know what everyone was thinking. He turned his head and lectured everyone. It's just the mountain of books and the sea of learning path. It's nothing. And these things are very, very difficult for you. But for me, it's very easy. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. They had never seen such a smug thing. However, everyone's eyes fell on the image. Spirit of the heavens, spirit of the earth, spirit of the grand supreme elder is here. Chu Yang jumped up. Although his appearance was a little funny, it was methodical. Then, he shouted, the sea of learning is boundless. The boat is here. Bastard, I'll skin you when you come back. When Inner Sage Right Fuji heard this, he immediately exploded. He gritted his teeth and clenched his teeth. His previous efforts were all in vain. That little bastard had been eaten by the dogs. He was simply infuriated. Rumble. Amidst the raging waves, a large ship broke through the fog and arrived. When the entire ship was about to appear, the scene became blurry. It was as if no one was qualified to see the true appearance of such a large ship. This made everyone curious to death. 10,000 gold goblets of wine and 10,000 jade plates of delicacies. I can't eat when I stop the cup. I draw my sword and look around. I'm at a loss. The road is difficult. The road is difficult. There are many forks in the road. Today I am safe. There will be a time when the wind and waves will break, when the sail hangs directly above the sea. Only Chu Yang's impassioned chanting and laughter could be heard. Hearing such a poem, a smile appeared on Inner Sage Right Fuji's dark face. This bastard isn't useless after all. This poem is at least a first-grade poem. He must have used this poem to cross the sea of learning. There was no need to worry about crossing the sea of learning. Zhou Kaichang couldn't help but nod repeatedly, as expected of a bastard who can't read big words. Only he can write such a bold and magnanimous poem. Can't read big words. The students of the academy were in a mess. They felt that they had been greatly deceived. So this was the legendary can't read big words. They had finally experienced it and were convinced. Originally, they were mocking Song Tangming, that idiot, but they didn't expect to be mocking themselves. Talented girl Xiaoxiang, this great genius is here. Kiss me, love is about to happen. Let us work together for the great cause of mankind and make unswerving efforts to reproduce the next generation. Waha! Inside, Sage Right Fuji was still smiling when he heard Chu Yang's vulgar words. So, he fell to the ground in a gorgeous manner. Chu Yang's words were offensive to public decency. So, Sage Right Fuji fell to the ground. Chapter 2369. The sea of knowledge was boundless and shrouded in fog. He couldn't see anything within 300 feet in front of him. The seawater didn't seem to be real seawater, and the sea didn't seem to be a real sea either. Surging, indescribable chi poured into Chu Yang's body and was absorbed by his body, his heavenly abode, the 21 souls, and even the Destiny Twins. What made him incomparably surprised was that the Destiny Twins actually also required literary chi. He thought that the indescribable chi should be similar to literary chi. However, he soon discovered that it wasn't the case. The Destiny Twins were absorbing something else, but he didn't know what it was. He communicated with the Destiny Twins and had a trace of understanding. The Destiny Twins seemed to be absorbing something on the level of the era of the One Tao, but he couldn't be sure whether it was the real thing or not. The divine cauldron in the middle of the two-dimensional heavenly abodes coordinates also emitted a strange movement at this time. It seemed to be absorbing something or trying to prove something. It felt as if even the era of the One Tao couldn't restrain it. Regardless of whether it was the Destiny Twins or the divine cauldron, their strange movements formed a mysterious feeling that was hard to detect and perceive. It seemed as if only something on the level of an era could affect them. Chu Yang carefully sensed it. He felt that there was definitely a great benefit in it, but everything was over in a short period of time. At this time, he also sensed that there seemed to be something extra in his body. He couldn't tell what it was exactly. There's no need to waste time thinking about it. The level is too high. I'm powerless to touch it. If I force myself, I'll just be vexed. He calmed down, because the indescribable chi had entered his body, and thoughts became more active. It made it easier for him to size up this world. This world seemed to be in a hazy, primal chaos. It was hazy, like a woman wearing a veil. No one could see her true appearance, let alone know whether she was beautiful or ugly. However, when they smelled the fragrance on her body, they could sense her mystery. Silence. It was extremely quiet. There wasn't a trace of sound in this world. Chu Yang occasionally sensed some fragments or saw some kind of broken world. Although it wasn't very clear, he still felt as if he was riding a big ship to a broken world. He could even feel that after the fragments entered his body, they had completely merged with his flesh and blood. If his flesh and blood were a blank piece of paper, something extremely important would have been written on it at this moment. Chu Yang was immersed in this state of mind. Unknowingly, he had already traversed the entire sea of learning and reached the opposite shore. Shortly after, the fragrance of a woman entered his nose. This fragrance was real, and it was indeed the body fragrance of a woman. It was a very enchanting body fragrance. At first, he was a little uncertain, but soon he was sure. In front of him, within the fog, a woman was standing there, looking at Chu Yang with a look of astonishment. She looked at the ship Chu Yang was on, as if she was very surprised that Chu Yang could do something like this. The woman was about the same age as Chu Yang. She was graceful and elegant. Her proud figure outlined the curves of a devil. She could easily arouse some kind of desire in the depths of one's body. Her hair was as black as silk, and there was a kind of wisdom on her white forehead. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were lively. In the fog, she was like a fairy from the heavens. Her beauty was extraordinary. Beautiful. She was really beautiful. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman in the secular world. Her beautiful face immediately overshadowed the peerless beauty in the secular world. Her beauty was probably not inferior to Shang Wanlan. Chapter 2370. Has the mystery realm opened again? Her voice was also very pleasant to listen to, as if it had a kind of demonic nature. It was a kind of demonic voice that was extremely charming, like a demon that was born to seduce people. The biggest difference between her and Lan Lan is probably this. Chu Yang was almost infatuated with her and completely lost consciousness. He couldn't help but be fiercely shocked in his heart. Only then did he open his mouth and say no. Then how did you come in? The woman revealed a surprised expression, but Chu Yang saw the mockery in her bright eyes. She thought that Chu Yang was only bragging in front of her to show off his ability, but she didn't expose him. Xiaoxiang talented girl, surname Shi Danfeng. Courtesy name Zifu, right? Chu Yang didn't answer, but asked instead, Zifu, Zifu. It should be Z and husband, husband and son, bringing fortune to both husband and son. However, you're very seductive, and the two words Zifu don't seem to suit you. Am I right? The woman was really surprised this time. The man in front of her was absolutely not affected by her. This was a very rare thing, and even the many supreme geniuses of the Central State couldn't do it. Her voice wasn't some kind of cultivation technique, but a kind of talent that she had in her body or a kind of magical power. It could easily affect others, and the other party couldn't detect it at all. It had never failed so completely before. This was the first time, and it was under the circumstances that she deliberately did it, because she was wary of the man in front of her and wanted to know the origin of this man. When she saw this man, she was inexplicably sure that he was very extraordinary and shocking. She even had a feeling that she was about to be violated, and a great uneasiness arose in her. I'm sure Danfeng, the Xiaoxiang talented girl you said. Little brother, what's your surname? She had a dazzling smile and walked over lightly. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful body was snow-white and sparkling, like a snow lotus. If there was a kind of beauty that was otherworldly, then her beauty seemed to be worldly, and the instinctive desire in the body couldn't be resisted. That exquisite and curvaceous figure silently released an irresistible temptation, mixed with a trace of holiness, like the combination of a fairy and a witch, causing people to commit crimes and make people fall and sink into depravity. It was impossible to guard against such a woman. Stop, 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 stop. Chu Yang hurriedly retreated. After all, he already had a master. He shouted again and again. I'm telling you, although I'm very outstanding, heaven-defying, martial prowess, and I'm loved by thousands, please don't fall in love with me. Can you? Although it's very difficult. Sure, Danfeng smiled. Her teeth were sparkling and translucent. Apart from being beautiful, there was also a hint of a demon's charm. It was most capable of evoking a man's desire to challenge and conquer. However, at this moment, her smile immediately froze, revealing her sparkling and translucent teeth. There had never been a man who spoke to her like that. She had never seen such a narcissistic and shameless man. She had never met a man who refused to let her get close to him. All the men wanted her to get close to him. It was their dream come true. For the first time, her beauty, her charm, had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, of course, she was surprised. Then, she became angry. Who was he guarding against? It was like guarding against a thief. If anyone was to be at a disadvantage, it would be her who was at a disadvantage. When she realized that the man in front of her was obviously treating her as an indecent woman, a fickle woman who was extremely licentious, she became even more angry for some reason. These damn men. I'm the one you like the most, the one you can't extricate yourself from the most. You actually think that I'm fickle and shameless. Hateful. I'm angry. Sure, Danfeng glared at him with her beautiful eyes, revealing her anger. However, that appearance was even more lethal. When Chu Yang saw it, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his entire body. He felt a burst of numbness, and unexpectedly, his whole body was powerless. A seductress. This is definitely a seductress. I'll definitely not call my Lan Lan a seductress in the future. Stop right there. Also, don't laugh. Chu Yang was on high alert. He was really afraid that he would fall for her. Can you be a little more reserved? Let me tell you, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Chapter 2371. Can you be a little more reserved? Let me tell you, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Sure, Dan Feng's beautiful face reddened. Her vision darkened, and she almost fainted. Which bastard wants to do it with you? Do you really think I'm shameless? What are you thinking about? Crack, crack. She gritted her teeth, making cracking sounds. Her phoenix-like eyes were about to spit fire. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I have a reason for not doing it. Chu Yang retreated while stretching out a hand, making a gesture to stop her from coming closer. Because I'm already taken. I belong to Lon Lon. Lon Lon. Sure, Dan Feng immediately thought of a person, but she immediately denied it. With her personality, it's impossible for her to like such a shameless lecher. After that, she thought about how this bastard in front of her actually thought that she was shameless and wanted to force himself on her. She became even more nervous and guarded herself to the death. A wave of blood involuntarily rushed to her head. Her face and neck were thoroughly red. Why you have such a big reaction? Am I trying to resist you? I'm telling you, I'm really scared. I'll kill you. Sure, Dan Feng was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was about to completely lose control, but this sentence directly caused her to fall to the ground beautifully. You're so beautiful and alluring even when you're angry. Of course, this wasn't enough. Chu Yang suddenly changed the topic. You're really hopelessly in love with me. I won't do it even if you beat me to death. I won't do it with you. And I won't have children with you. Bang! Sure, Dan Feng's delicate body that fell to the ground suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of light that scattered in the void. It was like a blooming firework, extremely beautiful. During this process, her embarrassment turned into anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Lecher, how dare you take advantage of me like this? I'll tear you apart. Swish. Chu Yang was shocked. He took to his heels and ran away. What was going on? A body of flesh and blood could actually directly disintegrate and turn into a rain of light. This was something even he couldn't do, so other than feeling that it was unreal, he was even more shocked to the extreme. In the process of chasing after Chu Yang, the rain of light quickly regrouped and once again transformed into an immortal, jade-like body, pure and flawless, mixed with demonic nature, and so beautiful that it was suffocating. Sure, Dan Feng didn't seem to be a young girl made of flesh and blood. Instead, she seemed to be a radiance that was a perfect fusion of spirituality and demonic nature. She made people's hearts palpitate. Can you leave? Sure, Dan Feng's voice resounded through the sky. She stretched out her jade-like hand, and instantly, a spinning black hole appeared in front of Chu Yang. The aura of reincarnation permeated the air. Earthly sovereign stage. Chu Yang was once again startled. He was only able to perceive Sure Dan Feng's cultivation at this moment. Reincarnation divine ability. He used the reincarnation divine ability to resist the suction force of the black hole. Then, he immediately used the space technique to hide in the void and disappeared. When he felt that he was safe, he shouted again, Song Tang Ming belongs to Meng Meng. Don't pester me. Let me tell you, I'm a very principled person. I will never do anything to hurt my lover. At this moment, he thought of Ji Yinming. Previously, he was so shameless that he kept entangling with Ji Yinming. Suddenly, he shivered. Wasn't he repeating the same mistake? I have to be alert. I can't make a mistake. I feel good now, but no one will love me forever. Therefore, he kept shouting. After she had completely left, Chu Yang reappeared. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, This woman is simply too scary. Which man wouldn't take off his pants when he sees her? Only this great genius has such perseverance. Wah! When he was about to get up, he suddenly smelled the woman's body fragrance again. His expression changed, and he said in surprise, No way. This woman really fell in love with me. She really wants to pester me. What should I do? Should I give in? Chapter 2372. Bang! Chu Yang was like a void mouse. With a whoosh, he was about to drill into the mouse hole in the void, but only then did he realize that the mouse hole had been blocked by a transparent barrier. He was caught off guard. and so quickly he slammed into it. His whole body directly stuck to the barrier, using his body to write a human-shaped word. He was as panicked as a mouse encountering a venomous snake. The world was so big, but he had nowhere to run. Sure, Danfeng was not only a venomous snake, but also a beautiful trap set up by someone. A mouse like him was not only afraid of a venomous snake, but also unable to resist the beautiful temptation in the trap. He could only run for his life. Sure, Danfeng was such a woman. Her beauty was an irresistible temptation for men. There was a kind of magic in her beauty that could trigger all kinds of crimes. Chu Yang was, of course, a man. In the face of such beauty, it was too easy for him to make mistakes, so he could only run. Even if Sure Danfeng did not have any thoughts about him, he would still fantasize that she would fall in love with him and fantasize about getting her. This kind of feeling had appeared on Shangwan Lan before. Sure Danfeng was the second. The difference was that before Shangwan Lan, he did not have any woman and had no scruples. But now, facing Sure Danfeng, he already had a woman who had fallen in love with him. Of course, he wanted to be fickle in love. Of course, he wanted both, but he also knew very well that if he wanted both, he would not be able to get either in the end. This woman is also proficient in spatial techniques. No, in the Saint Monarch mystery realm, martial cultivation cannot be used at all. Why can this woman use it? Chu Yang could do it, because he had the cultivation of the One Tao. How could she do it? Everything soon had an answer. Even if he did not have the cultivation of the One Tao, he could use spatial techniques at this moment because of Sure Danfeng. Chu Yang could clearly feel that there was an inexplicable power being released from Sure Danfeng's delicate body, completely affecting this void and suppressing the power of the One Tao. If the Saint Monarch mystery realm was endless darkness, then she was a lamp in the darkness, tearing open a corner of the darkness. If the Saint Monarch mystery realm was a desert, then she was an oasis in the desert. What a terrifying woman! Chu Yang was extremely shocked. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't fight. Sure Danfeng's cultivation level was at the Earth Sovereign realm, so he simply didn't make a move. Instead, he concealed his battle prowess, which was enough to fight against a saint, in order to make a backup plan. Let her run. Why don't you run? Sure, Danfeng flew over in spirals like a wisp of smoke. She was like a perfect combination of a fairy and a demoness. Her charming face and neck were still red, and she carried the delicate fragrance of a woman. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Chu Yang. In your life, there should be at least one time when you forget yourself for someone. You don't ask for results, for companionship, for ownership, or even for love. All I ask is to meet you in my most beautiful years. Chu Yang's mouth was still cheap. You've already met me. Why do you have to insist on having me? We were once in love. Bang. Sure Danfeng's face instantly burned. She seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the meat on her face. She could even see that her face was already cooked. She was also puzzled. What kind of person is he? Even at this time, he still doesn't know what's good for him. He's still so shameless and narcissistic. Also, why does this lecher's words of love make my heart beat faster? She also moved her fist. Chu Yang's I was directly punched, and he screamed in pain. In the future, when we're together, you'll be responsible for beating me up, and I'll be responsible for being beaten up. Then, we'll be in love like this? She was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger. Bang! Chapter 2373. You've saved up so many years of gentleness and romance, and you're so eager to give it to me. I can't take it anymore. Again, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Sure Danfeng's fist landed directly on Chu Yang's forehead. He felt as if his skull was about to split open, and he saw stars. This damned woman is so ruthless. I'll tease you even if I die. Otherwise, I'll be mesmerized by this damned woman. Let's make your brutality even more violent. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. You're saying that when I'm old and all my hair falls out, only you will find the position of my forehead and give me a kiss, right? Bang, bang, bang. Sure Dan Feng finally exploded. She turned into a female Tyrannosaurus and violently beat up Chu Yang. After the storm, Chu Yang's whole body was in pain, and there seemed to be no place on his body that was unharmed. However, when Sure Danfeng looked down at Chu Yang and approached him with her beautiful face, he continued, "What I like is when we're face to face, eyes to eyes, nose to nose. We don't say anything and don't do anything, but there won't be any awkwardness." Shameless, bastard, shameless. Sure Danfeng was fuming with anger. She was doubting life. Was there really such a shameless person in the world? If there's an end to this relationship, I'm willing to hold on until the last second and let you leave first. Chu Yang was completely furious. He was already sullen enough when he was suppressed by Zhuo Kaichang and the other 5 in the academy. He originally thought that he could have some fun in the Saint Monarch Academy, but he met such a damned woman. He had changed his mind long ago. Even if he died, he would flirt with this woman and make her embarrassed to death. You've been frivolous with me time and time again. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Sure Danfeng's expression suddenly became incomparably cold. Her killing intent was dense, and her words were as cold as ice. Huh? Chu Yang laughed and sneered. You know that I'm frivolous with you. Since you know, why don't you leave immediately? Why do you respond to me time and time again? It's like flirting. Don't you know that beating is affection and scolding is love? Sure Danfeng almost fainted. However, what this shameless bastard said was not the least bit reasonable. If she had a bit of brain, she would have left in a carefree manner. How could such a situation occur? How could she be entangled with this bastard? I've already tried my best to show my viciousness and shamelessness. I put on a posture that women shouldn't get close to, but you still want to stick to me again and again. If you're not in love with me, what else can it be? Chu Yang lay on the ground, spread out his arms and legs, and said heroically, "Since that's the case, I'll do as you say." When Sure Danfeng heard the first half of the sentence, she almost went crazy. When she heard the second half, she directly exploded. If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. This is indeed a wise saying. You guys just like us men who are cheap and bad, and always say that you met scumbags. I think you guys shouldn't complain. You guys are just cheap, and you deserve it. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt a chill in his vitals. His soul almost left his body, and he hurriedly dodged. Rumble. Those slender legs kicked the ground. Chu Yang's whole body was covered in cold sweat. He felt cold from head to toe. He was secretly rejoicing. Otherwise, something big would have happened. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, he couldn't avoid the violent beating. He was beaten until he grimaced in pain. Sure Danfeng was also panting. Her chest was heaving up and down. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or tiredness. Can I trouble you? Chu Yang continued to court death. Please don't fall in love with me. In addition, let me say this again. If you let me go, you'll also let you go. Let's not hurt each other anymore. We'll part on good terms. Buzz. Chapter 2374. Chu Yang was still not afraid. I'm not wrong. Your emotions fluctuate so much. Even though you're very angry now, but when you think about it later, it'll definitely be unforgettable. You'll definitely think of me again and again. Perhaps you've already fallen in love with me. And love is so wonderful. You can doubt my words, but I ask you to listen to your own heart. You are really shameless. Although Sure Danfeng was very angry, she didn't want to beat him to death. She didn't want to be entangled with Chu Yang anymore. I correct you. This is confidence. Don't you find that I am very handsome? Chu Yang grimaced in pain, but he still showed off his lips and tongue, and added, "An excellent woman falling in love with an excellent man is called a match made in heaven. I'm an excellent man. Of course, you can refuse to admit that you are not an excellent woman. I fell in love with you, but you didn't fall in love with me, right?" Sure Danfeng sneered again and again. She suddenly realized that she was shamelessly talking about love. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. She also realized that Chu Yang was right. If they continued like this, it would really become a kind of flirting. You are right. You'd have fallen in love with me, but I didn't fall in love with you. Chu Yang directly and shamelessly admitted and deliberately emphasized, you are indeed not excellent enough. At least I don't like you. In front of women, a man's narcissism and shamelessness could be limitless. Women needed men to give them rich emotional experiences, and men needed to win women's hearts. Each took what he needed. Of course, men usually had to pay a certain price. Especially Chu Yang, who forced himself. The price was more serious. Bang, bang, bang. Beating was the theme that Shi Danfeng and Chu Yang could never leave. Chu Yang swore in his heart that he would definitely get back at her one by one. Go forward. If you dare to say one more word, I will kill you immediately. Humph. Chu Yang despised in his heart. This woman had already reached the limit of her patience and could only do as she was told. The other end of the sea of learning was also shrouded in a thick white fog. The fog was thicker and the visibility was lower. Even Chu Yang could not see more than 10 meters in front of him. His senses were severely limited. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not use his Wendao cultivation. The Saint Monarch Mystery Realm was left behind and prepared for Wendao cultivators. Chu Yang was even more certain of this. Of course, he also noticed that Shi Danfeng was following behind him very cautiously, just like a little wife who was carefully following her husband in front to check for danger. There must be great danger. Otherwise, this damned woman wouldn't use me as a scout. When this thought appeared in Chu Yang's mind, the sound of fire rang out from all directions. Soon after, he discovered that countless flames had appeared in the white fog, completely surrounding and drowning the two of them. The flames engulfed the sky and burned endlessly. The world of white fog instantly turned into a world of flames. Flames were jumping everywhere in the world. Chu Yang and Shi Danfeng were also ignited in an instant, turning into two flaming people. The intense pain of the burning immediately attacked, causing Chu Yang to fall into panic. This sudden fire was too fast and overbearing. It burned everything in an instant. The fusion of the Martial Path Calamity Fire and the One Dao Calamity Fire was far inferior. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, organs, mana, and so on were ignited in an instant. However, when it came into contact with the mana transformed from the One Qi in Chu Yang's body, or the One Dao rule, the power of the flames suddenly decreased. Chapter 2375. A woman's virtue was to have no talent. Chu Yang was all too familiar with this sentence. This was the dregs of the feudal culture, a great embodiment of the preference for men over women. In the Saint King Mystery Realm, the inheritance left behind in the relics of the One Dao era rejected women. Because Chu Yang brought Shi Danfeng to pass through the test, he violated the rules and caused a fire to burn the sky. Fortunately, he had the cultivation of the One Dao, or he would have been killed by this woman, Shi Danfeng. He even thought that the reason why he didn't die before was definitely not because Shi Danfeng was soft-hearted, but because she wanted to keep him to lead the way and pass through the test. Because of his cultivation of the One Dao, Chu Yang barely resisted the burning of the fire, but it was still extremely dangerous. The first reason was that it was a test for him, and the second reason was that he had indeed violated the rules and brought Shi Danfeng to pass through the test. He could only sit down cross-legged and resist the burning of the fire. Shi Danfeng was already prepared for this. Although she was a little surprised when the fire appeared, she immediately made a response. She used her cultivation to resist the fire of the One Dao. This fire was naturally the fire of the One Dao, and it was an extremely shocking fire of the One Dao. A domain first appeared around her, as if it was the domain of a god. It was very sacred. Auspicious clouds, auspicious light, and so on all appeared, but they were burned in an instant. With a loud rumble, a supreme figure appeared behind her. At first glance, this figure was the figure of a man. It was very tall and majestic, and a brilliant power spread out. Then it suddenly sat down. Dong! The heavens and earth shook violently. As soon as the huge figure sat down, A golden palace spread out like a grand painting. It was grand, tall, solemn, and heavily guarded. It was like an imperial palace, and that figure sat high up in the middle. At this moment, Shi Danfeng also landed in this group of palaces and was completely protected by this group of palaces. If this palace was a palace, then she was now where the concubines were. When Chu Yang saw this scene, he understood why Shi Danfeng could affect the Saint King Mystery Realm and display her cultivation of the martial path. She definitely had a secret. Her martial soul seemed to be the concubine of the Celestial Emperor. Under the protection of the Sky Emperor, she was able to change the space of the Saint King Mystery Realm and withstand the burning of the fire of Wen Dao. The way of Confucianism emphasized loyalty to the emperor. Naturally, the concubines of the emperor could not be harmed. However, if the concubine was not sensible and forcefully destroyed the orthodoxy of the way of Confucianism, she would be severely punished. That was the gist of it. Xu Yang's deduction seemed to be correct. The palace that appeared was quickly burned down. The fire of Wen Dao had already burned Shi Danfeng's delicate body. Xu Yang was also being burned by the fire of Wen Dao. He had ignited the divine flame for his cultivation in the God's world, and he had ignited the nirvana flame for his cultivation in the heavenly soul world. Wen Dao did not. At this moment, the flames of Wen Dao were equivalent to the flames of nirvana. After this trial, his cultivation of Wen Dao would become even more stable and perhaps even undergo a qualitative change. The two of them were not far from each other. One in front and one behind, they sat down cross-legged, resisting the burning of the fire of Wen Dao. They fell into complete silence. The sound of the fire of Wen Dao burning fiercely made everything seem even quieter. In Xu Yang's two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates, the deduced history of his previous life was being burned one by one. It seemed to be correcting it, but then it seemed to show a hesitant expression, as if it wasn't sure if what Xu Yang said was true or if what it knew was true. Chapter 2376. I've turned from a puppet into a person of flesh and blood. He had such a feeling. After pondering for a while, he understood. Literature and martial arts could be yin and yang, hard and soft. If one's cultivation of martial arts was hard, then one's body would be tempered by martial arts. Naturally, it would be too hard. If it was too hard, it would break easily. The cultivation of literature was soft. The body was tempered by literature. This was the combination of hardness and softness. It was a step further and more perfect. It could be invulnerable. It seems that I was right to choose the St. King College this time. I didn't expect to have such a harvest at the beginning. This time, Chu Yang's strength and dominance had not been weakened. Instead, it had become even more ferocious and domineering. Under the combination of hardness and softness, it had reached a higher level. What a great harvest! When everything was over and Chu Yang opened his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly straightened. His two eyeballs were completely fixed at a certain place. Amidst the raging flames, Shi Danfeng was like a spirit tainted by magic. She was completely oblivious to everything around her. At this moment, her clothes had been completely burned to ashes. Her perfect and flawless body was directly exposed to the world. She was holy and sparkling, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if she was carved out of ivory. Amidst the flames, her black hair fluttered in the wind. She had a sharp nose, pearly white teeth, and red lips that were enchanting and sexy. Her swan-like, snow-white neck, her slender figure, and her fatal curves could be said to have opened Pandora's box, and she presented an irresistible and peerless temptation. What are you looking at? Are your eyes on fire? After Shi Danfeng resisted the fire of literature, she immediately realized that Xu Yang's gaze was too invasive. It was so invasive that she had goosebumps all over her body. It's on fire. Xu Yang nodded and said with great certainty, not only is it on fire, but it's about to be burned to ashes. Take your dog eyes away immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. Sure, Dan Feng felt more and more uncomfortable. The feeling of being violated made her even more uneasy. I'm enjoying the scenery and exercising my body and mind. Can you not disturb me? Chu Yang's big eyes didn't even blink. His eyes shone even brighter, like a miser who had seen a great treasure. His eyes were a bit similar to a wolf's. Letcher, it seems like you really want to die. Sure, Dan Feng sneered. Her smile was enough to topple a city, and it was filled with endless temptation. That kind of devilish smile was extremely seductive. In addition, that dazzling white light was truly blinding to the eyes. Together, it could be said to be synonymous with sinking into oblivion. I'm telling the truth, I'm seriously appreciating it. Chu Yang just smiled. He didn't care about Sure Danfeng at all. He had already figured it out. This was the Saint Monarch mystery realm. To him, entering it was like a dragon entering the sea. It was even better than entering the Saint Monarch mystery realm. However, Sure Danfeng was greatly suppressed inside. The deeper she went, the more so it became. Letcher, I'll fulfill your wish. Sure Danfeng couldn't bear it anymore. Her aura suddenly fluctuated, and her head of black hair fluttered in the wind. Although her expression was cold, at this moment, she was still able to captivate all living things. The temptation that she exuded was hard to resist. However, there was a bit of confusion in her beautiful eyes. That Letcher's gaze was really too strange. He was staring straight at her, and it made her heart sway even more. Come on, quickly come and kill me. Chu Yang crooked his finger at her, extremely provocative. Whoosh! Chapter 2377. Ah! A piercing shriek resounded through the entire Sage Ruler Mystery Land. Sure Danfeng almost wished she could die immediately. She was completely submerged by the feeling of extreme shame. She couldn't describe that feeling, and she didn't even dare to imagine it. She was completely naked, and her reaction was so slow. Not only did she let that lecher take advantage of her, but she was also mocked and looked down upon by him. Why are you so agitated? Are you trying to make life difficult for my ears or your throat? Chu Yang couldn't help but dig his ears. This woman's scream was really sharp. In an instant, he felt as if his eardrums were being pierced. Whoosh! Sure Danfeng fled frantically. She wanted to leave Chu Yang's sight as soon as possible. I didn't see the end. Now it's all over. As Sure Danfeng screamed, her body suddenly tensed up like a drawn bow. Her hair stood on end, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her body. She also felt as if she had been hit by a stick. With a plop, she directly came into contact with the ground, creating a large pit. Then she disappeared. Is this a witch or a witch blowing up a pit? After saying that, Chu Yang touched his chin and praised himself. The word blowing up a pit is indeed appropriate. Wasn't it blowing up a pit just now? Who said it wasn't digging a pit? I'll definitely be angry with him. It seems that finding a crack in the ground and drilling into it is more appropriate. No, it should be said that creating a pit in the ground and drilling into it is more accurate to describe it. Wah! When Sure Danfeng heard Chu Yang's various sarcastic remarks, she almost died from embarrassment. Her whole body seemed to be burning, and her snow-white skin turned pink. She couldn't say anything. She really wanted to die immediately. When anger surged in her heart, she took out a set of clothes from her spatial device at the fastest speed, put it on, and then charged out directly. Rumble! The ground shook violently. From the endless dust, Sure Danfeng rushed out like a violent dragon. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and her killing intent was burning the sky. However, her pretty face was still red. Her chest rose and fell, and her breathing was intense and rapid. She was too ashamed and angry. Wasn't this not letting her live? Is there a need to be like this? Where did your boldness go? Also, what happened to seducing me and making me fall in love with you? Chu Yang spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. You. Sure Danfeng was extremely angry. She was so angry that she almost fell from the sky. Goodbye, silly girl. I'll definitely find a chance to beat you up in the future. Whoosh. Chu Yang moved and fled into the depths of the Sage King Mystery Land at an extremely fast speed. Die. Shi Danfeng almost went completely crazy. She chased after Chu Yang crazily. She was surrounded by a bright light, resisting the suppression of the Saint King's secret realm. She was wearing a purple dress, and like a purple lightning bolt, she tore through the void and appeared behind Chu Yang in an instant. Chu Yang was shocked, and then he said disdainfully, "TSK, what are you pretending to be serious for? Do you think I don't know that you deliberately let me see and then said that I tainted your innocence so that you can blame it on me? Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Shi Danfeng's delicate body trembled, and then she paused. That lecher had taken advantage of her and was still pretending to be innocent. He actually slandered her like this. My firepower is not enough, then I don't care anymore. Chu Yang was really afraid of this woman. If he was caught by her, even if he didn't die, he would be miserable. He attacked again. I didn't want to say that you're a hypocrite, shameless woman, but I have to say it now. You damned woman, you're really shameless. After doing such a shameful thing, you still want to pretend to be innocent. In the extreme speed, Shi Danfeng's chest tightened. She lost control of her body and fell directly. The ground rumbled again. That loud sound made Chu Yang feel guilty. He almost couldn't help but tremble. It's over. This woman is too weak. She must be going crazy. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Chapter 2378. Rumble. Chu Yang and Shi Danfeng were flying at high speed. Sonic booms resounded continuously, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Shi Danfeng seemed to have been overly stimulated. It was as if she had changed into another person. Extremely dazzling light flowed from her delicate body and flowed on the surface of her body, forming an armor-like protective layer. Rays of light burst out from her beautiful eyes like the sun. It was extremely frightening. You will definitely die. Her voice had also become extremely cold. It was completely different from before. At this moment, Shi Danfeng seemed to have completely degenerated into a demon. She was cold and emotionless. She seemed to have no human emotions at all. Her entire body was emitting light as if she was a deity. She was like a demon and a deity. Her combat strength was off the charts. Chu Yang could clearly feel that her strength had increased by another level. It was as if she was about to step into the great Emperor realm. What kind of breakthrough can make her like this? It seems that she is an extremely conservative woman. Although she looks I've really dug my own grave this time. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If he fell into her hands, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Since his speed was inferior, he could only rely on his skills. He directly used the 5 elements disordered steps and the uniqueness of his magic power. With a single movement, he transformed into multiple copies of himself and spread out in all directions. One after another, they transformed into themselves one after another. In the blink of an eye, many copies of Chu Yang burst out and tried to fill the sky. They were densely packed and mixed together. It was dazzling. He had tried this method many times. It seemed to be the same this time. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Shi Danfeng waved her long sleeves. Immediately, the sky darkened and then a starry sky appeared. Immediately, streaks of starlight pierced through the sky. They were densely packed like falling stars, completely enveloping the space. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows. The starlight pierced through the copies of Chu Yang and caused them to explode. The sky was immediately cleared and no longer seemed as crowded and chaotic as before. A group attack. This woman actually has such an amazing method. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He had no choice but to release his clones and do the same thing again. This time, it was even more exaggerated. The sky instantly became chaotic, occupied by countless Chu Yang, and all of them were running wildly. Numerous beams of starlight shot down again, but they couldn't do anything to Chu Yang's true body, his clones, or the Dharma idols of his true body and clones. In midair, there were 30 or so Chu Yang that had not been destroyed. Then, these 30 Chu Yang transformed into 60, then 120, then 240. Once again, there was a dense and messy scene, confusing one's line of sight. Sure, Danfeng's beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Finally, she revealed her emotions again. She seemed very surprised. This lecture actually has such means. No wonder he could pass the sea of knowledge so easily. In the chase, Chu Yang didn't dare to say anything frivolous to provoke Shi Danfeng again. As the two of them flew at high speed, the pressure on them increased. Naturally, this was for Shi Danfeng. Chu Yang had the cultivation of the One Tao. The Saint King Mystery Realm didn't have any suppression on him at all. The deeper he went, the more he was like a fish in water. The distance between the two of them was pulled apart again. Chapter 2379. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll still kill you. Amidst the sky-burning flames, sure, Danfeng knew that the suppression was getting stronger and stronger, but she still ignored the burning flames and chased after him in a frenzy. Chu Yang felt his scalp go numb when he heard the sound of her gnashing her teeth. Goodbye. Layers of symbols leaped out from her eyes. It was as if there were two large suns in her pupils, and there was a scene of stars collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Her gaze was even more heartless, and there was only the intent to kill. When Chu Yang saw this, he suddenly could not hold back his anger. Wasn't it just a glance? Was there a need to go so far? Besides, he did not touch her at all. Which man would be able to control his pair of hands in that kind of situation? As the saying goes, it's easy for a man to chase a woman, but it's easy for a woman to chase a man. If you continue to chase after her like this, you'll be separated by a mountain. Don't you feel ashamed? His cheap mouth moved again. The dozen or so clones of his main body spoke at the same time, and all of them poured into Shi Danfeng's ears. I'll tell you the truth. You're not my cup of tea, so stop pestering me. Don't you know that this is very annoying? In this process, the distance between the two of them was pulled even further apart. When Shi Danfeng's figure was about to disappear from his sight, a huge fire suddenly sprang out in front of him, burning toward Chu Yang. Fire, pink big fire. It was very strange and extremely sudden. What the hell? Chu Yang was shocked and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He felt the great suppression of the Saint King Mystery Realm. He sensed it again carefully and vaguely received a message. You've ruined a girl's innocence, so you have to be responsible for her. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Something like this actually happened. The Saint King Mystery Realm has its own consciousness, or did some expert sense all of this? No. Chu Yang frowned. In his senses, the Saint King Mystery Realm definitely did not have any consciousness. There were only rules operating, and it was a little chaotic. Only such a ridiculous thing would appear. A woman's virtue was to be untalented, and what he had sensed just now, that if he ruined a girl's innocence, he had to be responsible for her. This was all feudal etiquette, especially the restraint and oppression of women. However, he never expected that this bullshit would actually affect him as well. The further he moved forward, the greater the resistance he encountered. At this moment, not only was Wen Dao's cultivation unable to reduce this resistance, it was instead increasing it, causing him to be practically unable to move forward. And he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Once that woman caught up to him, he could only hope that she would not kill her husband or something like that. Otherwise, he would definitely die. The pink flames in this world became more and more intense. Waves of pink aura appeared and surged out. Soon, it replaced the white fog and enveloped the surroundings. A whooshing sound was heard. Chu Yang turned around to look and shockingly saw that Shi Danfeng had already caught up with him. She was no longer burned by the flames. Instead, she was enveloped by a pink air current. It was as if she was covered by a pink veil. A strange aura pervaded the air, causing the entire world to become gentle. This is bad. That woman is definitely not being suppressed by the Saint Monarch Mystery Realm. Instead, I am being suppressed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's situation suddenly changed. He was extremely anxious and cursed in his heart. Damn feudal etiquette. It's really killing me. He could only worry helplessly. The pink flames grew more and more, pouring down from the sky. They were extremely gentle, like the hand of a lover, and also like the spring rain, silently moistening things. Chapter 2380. At this moment, the pink flames jumped and completely drowned Chu Yang. In an instant, he suddenly became restless. It was as if a ferocious beast had rushed out of his body. Endless desire almost drowned him. His consciousness was also completely pink. As a man, he couldn't be more aware of the restlessness in his body. Chu Yang was a little dumbfounded. Don't come any closer. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Don't you feel the restlessness in the deepest part of your body? Once you get closer, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Facing Shi Danfeng, who was approaching rapidly, Chu Yang shouted anxiously. The power of the literary path in the Sage King Mystery Realm had reached such a level of control over people's hearts that it was almost impossible to resist. No wonder people said that the literary path was the best at controlling people's hearts. To be precise, the Confucian path was better at this. Based on the morality formed by the Confucian path, the pressure and restraint on people was too terrifying. Chu Yang felt it clearly this time. If I kill you before that happens, none of this will happen, and nothing can happen. This was Shi Danfeng's thought process. It was extremely cold, and she wanted to kill him at all costs. Do you think you have the ability to do that? Or do you really want to do something with me? Chu Yang was a little flustered and exasperated. He shouted again and again. I just took a look at you. Even if I took your virginity, I have to take responsibility for you. Also, can you be sure that when you kill me later, the rules won't change? Do you think it's possible to murder your own husband? Just a look. Even if I took your virginity. It was too easy for him to say. Her virginity had been completely taken. That lecher still refused to admit it. Shi Danfeng exploded. However, when she stared at him coldly, her eyes were burning like a woman who hadn't seen her husband for a long time. This damned woman is really stubborn. I can only think of other ways. In his anxiety, Chu Yang immediately came up with an idea. Immediately, his original body mixed with a dozen doppelgangers and separated, successfully escaping. The divine doppelganger was used to attract Shi Danfeng's attention. The divine doppelganger could only escape. However, the deeper he escaped, the more the divine doppelganger's consciousness was blurred, even though the pink flames did not hurt his body. His desire became more intense and difficult to control. At this time, Fairy Shi Danfeng had already arrived and was fighting with the deity's avatar. She was like a real immortal and was completely invincible. With the support of the Saint King's secret realm, she was invincible and could not be harmed at all. It was as if she was standing on a moral high ground, condemning and judging Chu Yang. Chu Yang was no match for her in the first place. Now, he was even more worried. Fortunately, she was also seriously affected. Her consciousness was almost blurred. Originally, she had several chances to kill his divine avatar. But in the end, her hand gently fell on the face of his divine avatar. She gently stroked his face. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her entire body was snow white and delicate, and it was wrapped in a pure and holy luster. It was like the body of a celestial fairy. Her consciousness struggled free, and she immediately attacked Chu Yang ruthlessly again. Every time she hit, Chu Yang's divine doppelganger was directly sent flying. He was about to explode completely. It was an absolute suppression. It was unstoppable and invincible. It should be enough. My original body should have escaped far enough. Chu Yang's divine avatar's consciousness was about to collapse. He didn't dare to persist any longer. With a bang, he directly self-detonated. However, just as he was about to completely escape, a great rule suddenly descended. His original body was actually directly sucked over. Fuck you, damn Sage King Mystery Realm. Is there anyone who can play matchmaker like you? At that moment, Chu Yang was almost stunned. He hurriedly used the Destiny Twins' martial soul. However, another great rule power descended and actually cut off his thoughts. He was horrified. The last era's Confucian Tao, the control of the human heart, has actually reached such a terrifying level. What a terrifying control and controllability. He could not even think about using the Destiny Twins' martial soul. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. At this time, he suddenly felt a warm breath. It was Shi Danfeng's breath. It was extremely close. Shi Danfeng was also completely lost. With a pung sound, in the end, he was directly pushed down. Then, a sparkling white and flawless body approached. Bang! Chapter 2381. In the Saint Monarch's secret realm, on the other side of the Sea of Learning, there were huge pink flames everywhere. The pink flames filled the sky and enveloped the entire world, turning it into a world of flames. The pink air current was surging and flowing. The sound of the raging flames seemed to be the only sound in this world of flames. Although the flames were burning, they were not destroyed. The pink flames seemed to be the ultimate interpretation of romance and passion, and also seemed to be the fire that was about to be born. Finally, all the flames disappeared. The other side of the Sea of Learning regained its tranquility and was once again enveloped by the fog. It was as if the world of flames had turned into a world of fog. Chu Yang had already woken up. There was nothing more realistic and more convincing than this. It was just like how he was hugging the sleeping Shi Danfeng. It was a fact. Everything that had happened before was also a fact. He felt like he was in a dream. A woman's virtue was to have no talent. If a man ruined a woman's innocence, he had to be responsible for it. The thought of using the Destiny Twins' martial spirits was directly cut off when he recalled every process of his encounter with Shi Danfeng. The focus of his mind should have been Shi Danfeng, but the focus in his heart quickly shifted to Wen Dao's terrifying control over people's hearts. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. His back turned cold, and his scalp went numb. This was too terrifying. The hardest thing to control was the mind of a person. That was why there was a saying, "Even if you kill me, you can still defeat me." However, the power of Wen Dao in the Saint Monarch's secret realm, the rules of Wen Dao, could easily interfere with and even control his thoughts. In this way, under such control, how is a person any different from a puppet when their mind was completely controlled? The control of the mind of Wen Dao is simply terrifying. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. If he lived in such a world, his thoughts and consciousness would almost be wiped out. He would completely lose himself. Everyone was like this. I'm not myself. My thoughts were completely controlled by someone else. What kind of world would that be? Some people are still alive, but they're already dead. He could not help but think of such a sentence. Such a world was almost equivalent to death. It had completely lost its vitality and vitality. Oh, Chu Yang let out a long breath as he suppressed all the thoughts and feelings in his heart, as well as shock and so on. When he looked at Shi Danfeng in his arms, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's deal with this first. If she wakes up, she'll probably fight me to the death. Run. The first thing that came to his mind was to leave before Shi Danfeng woke up. However, he quickly rejected that idea. Things had already happened, and the problem was there. Escaping or running away was definitely the most foolish choice. He had done too many stupid things like this. If he still couldn't face the problem head-on, he was afraid that his previous life and this life would have been a waste. After that, he thought about whether or not he should take responsibility, but he realized that in such a world, it was completely impossible. At most, it's just one life. Let's just be straightforward. What's there to think about? He got up and took out some clothes from Sure Danfeng's spatial artifact. He put them on her and waited. The wait was long. Sure Danfeng seemed to have already died. She didn't wake up for a long time. Since you're awake, why are you still pretending? In the silence, Chu Yang suddenly spoke. Sure Danfeng suddenly opened her eyes. Instantly, her eyes were like two small suns, bursting with dazzling light. They formed two beams of light that directly pierced through the white fog, and then stared coldly at Chu Yang. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.